Welcome back, everybody, to SAL. What a wonderful night that we're about to have together as we go through our playoffs bracket. Alan, welcome again. I'm Milos, your host for the show here on SAL. And for tonight, joined by the one and only FaZe again, Mr. Davide Bucci. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to watch some SAL. I mean, the NA bracket play was amazing. I'm excited to see the finals of it coming next week. And now we got SAL to get a little bit closer. And again, I think SAL's still the best region. So it's always going to be high competition regardless of the teams that are there.
Very much so. I've been throwing a bit of shade on Shopify Rebellion over the past couple play days, and I think we'll leave it just those if you know, you know kind of moment. Lost versus INTZ is up first, followed by FaZe versus Black Dragons. I remind you that these two matches are in the lower bracket, as you've either been eliminated from the top and you have to play an extra match to survive. That's your one lifeline left. That's the case for Lost and FaZe. Or you just got into fourth place from the group stage. That is the case, of course, of INTZ and of Black Dragons. They were in groups A and B, and this is where they get to make it. But quickly to kind of talk about our quarterfinals, NIP versus Lost 2-0. NIP looked pretty comfortable in the match. Very excited for their game against TL Alienware. Lost, still some work to be done. We'll talk about that in their preview. FaZe Fluxo, honestly, coin toss. Incredible match. Yeah. Probably the best game we've had so far in this stage of SAL. Not going to lie.
Absolutely. I mean, it was so well fought by Fluxo. I mean, the last two maps coming down to literally a round apart for Fluxo to be able to clutch it out. And against FaZe, the team that you'd expect, you know, every time when it comes to interregional play, they always are dominating. They're getting first out of their bracket. They're being the Titans that go to every major, every event. And for them to get knocked down to the lower bracket, you know, it shows that the Titans can bleed a little bit. That being said, it's still FaZe at the end of the day. They now have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder as they go through the lower bracket.
Oh my god, I cannot imagine facing an angry FaZe clan. Facing them on any day is tough. Imagine you go up against them when they're like fuming that they lost so close.
Getting any emotions from FaZe.
Genuinely, like talking to Fluxo after the win. We talked to Loban and he was so happy, like overjoyed at how good that game was. He's like, this is the reason why I compete, because of matches like this, but especially when we win it. You might imagine the same thing for FaZe. They were not looking too happy after it, and I'm sure that they're going to give it their all, but that's for later today. Let's talk about our lineups and start with INTZ, who has started immediately in this lower bracket. Like I said, they were in 4th place in Group boy, that's a lot of groups. Group B, and that's where they got to the spot. A -9 right in the differential, squeezing just above Loud in the final playday of the SAL group stage. They're here to prove a point. So far, making it to the playoffs in a stage like this, I would say is a good start.
I think it's a great start. I mean, it's, you know, they have a couple of players that we've been seeing in the past couple of years. The development of this team is what we want to continue to see. At the end of the day, them getting 4th out of their group, beating out Loud, is a success. And they had some amazing Titans in their team, in their group, having Furia and IP Fluxo. So for them to be able to clinch a spot just to be able to make the lower bracket, I think is the most that they could have imagined. And they've had a little bit of time to be able to watch their opponents in lows lose to NIP. And now we're in a situation where if you're INTZ, you have all of the cards that you need. I mean, you're going up against a weak Los. This is a good situation for you to get started into this bracket play and not have the most amount of stress. You're not going up against one of these Titans that have fallen down. And I think they're in a great spot. I mean, throughout their regular group games, there's been a lot of close matches. And I think that's the biggest takeaway is they're keeping it close. They're improving. And, you know, the fact that they were just able to beat Furia during the regular groups, I think is a testament to what they can bring, that potential that they can reach. And they still have a lot of younger players, so to say, besides Raps and STK that have been around for a little bit. But that being said, it's still a young core. There's a lot of grind and effort that is coming from them to be able to find a little bit more success. I think this is a perfect matchup for them to be able to get that success and hit the ground running in the lower bracket.
Absolutely. I don't think they could have gotten a better situation really to advance deeper in this bracket. This is the first time that they get to play. Legacy has been very impressive as an individual. There's some moments from other teammates. I'll name Arthur for just a second, but there are some awkward moments that have happened here and there in different games, but that's just kind of the name of the game. As someone who has faced many awkward moments myself when playing with people who actually know how to play, it gets difficult. So something to look at maybe during the matchup to be a bit more pedantic about. However, on the other side, it is Los, a squad that has dropped down into the lower bracket after their game against NIP. Like I said earlier, they did not look too impressive. Yes, the scorelines was a 7-4, 7-3, but I feel like a couple of the rounds in each map were kind of stolen off of NIP in a really weird way. So yes, they got 3rd in Group A, but I still feel that there's a lot more work to be done. And I only say it this way because I expect, looking at the talent and some of the experience that Los has, I expect them to play better, to be a bit more successful. But then again, this is a team that was reformed. It's a lot of work for Hugzord, for example, to try to put this team together and actually organize them in the match. But I'm looking forward to a good result, especially having Dash on the squad, Fox.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I mean, they do have a lot of experience. They have a great coach when it comes to Hugzor, but something that we were talking about, Milosh, is they're not really following any patterns. And I think they're in the complete opposite boat as INTZ. I mean, Los just got absolutely demolished by NIP. And like you said, it didn't seem like they really deserved some of the rounds that they were winning. I think when you talk about consistency, Dash himself is having arguably one of the worst stages he's ever had, a little bit continuing that trend of a decline since the last stage of the NAL, and then coming back to Brazil and continuously, even though he's on a team with, you know, players that he should be the leader of, he's still falling a little behind. And it's not something that we're expecting from them. I mean, two players from this roster that have really been the main guiders for it is Dafo and Perez. I mean, they have been playing very well. It's just really unfortunate for them that they went up against a hot NIP. I mean, Fantasy was, you know, doing one of his classic fantasy games. But that being said, the maps, everything when it comes down to the preparation, it doesn't really make sense to me. Something that I feel like we've been seeing a lot from the SAL as a region as a whole is a little bit of an ego from the older, more experienced Brazilian players that join maybe a rookie team, or, you know, some of those players run to a quote unquote weaker region like APAC, and they have this huge ego and they underperform. And I think that's what we're seeing from Dash. Maybe that's what we're seeing from the team as a whole, because the map bans itself, going border and bank against NIP, it didn't really make sense. It didn't make sense at all. And structurally, if you don't have everybody on the team really finding success, specifically a player like Dash that you're going to be looking to be able to hold that mantle to getting a lot of these kills and putting players in the right position and leading the team, when he's not showing up, it just looks like Los has already accepted their fate of being sent down to the lower bracket.
I would fully agree with that. I would though, however, give the caveat of careful what you say about APL in here, because we got Devin's notes that are waiting for later, and there's a bit of a little check yourself before we get into the game.
Well, no, it wasn't about the region. I know. We all know about the Elevate team. They thought that they would be so good going to the APL, and then look how they turned out. You know, it's just to show that a lot of the SAL region, they do believe that they are better than the average, and I think that is what we're seeing when we look at Los. They just believe that their levels are a better average than most other teams, and they face a rude awakening against NIP.
Yeah, if we're being honest, the only Farmers League that's legitimately ever existed is the Benelux League. No, Benelux League. Benelux. And I think everybody will agree with me on that. Especially the Europeans that are up late at this point and are watching the show. Anyways, though, you'll see the head-to-head stats that does include Los's previous 2 maps that they played against NIP. So obviously the stats are going to be way over in their favor in that sense. We'll see if INTZ can kind of add in their own, because during the group stage, each team only got to play 4 maps. It's not really a lot to work with, which is also the challenge of a program and a system like Kickoff, where you're trying your best in those 4 games to be in the top 4 and then qualify into playoffs and hope to God that you'll be in any spot, which was the case here for INTZ, who came into that 4th place and are where they are. Now, I do want to discuss the map veto for this match, because again, best of 3s, it's a big challenge for either one of these two teams that are lacking more of the experience, where a lot of these holes that can really be found. Border will be first, Chalet second, and going on to Fortress. It seems like Border, these two played, didn't they play NIP? Both of them on this map?
Yeah, pretty recently. I mean, Los lost 7-4 to Border, on Border to NIP in their last play day. So it's a good pick from INTZ to be able to go to it. And to give NIP a little bit of hope, INTZ has also lost Border. It was a lot closer. It was an overtime matchup. They lost 8-6. So honestly, if you're INTZ, this is probably the best neutral firing ground for you to go to, because you statistically did a little bit better against a mutual opponent. So Border's a good pickup. Also, when it comes to Los and their opening kills against NIP, they looked pretty bad. Now, a map like Chalet, INTZ has played it. They've looked confident on it on the map of Chalet. Los hasn't played it at all this stage. We haven't seen anything on Chalet from it. It's a lot more of an aggressive map. Again, same issue per sides, opening kills. Perez has been the only real consistent player when it comes to opening kills. So Los picking a map like Chalet doesn't make too much sense. Again, they're the team that is not following any any rules. It seems like they don't have any habits that they're going to. They're really trying to just take a gunfight. I feel like this is another matter of them having overconfidence against their opponent. Oh, it's INTZ. Let's just take them to a gunfight-oriented map. And then Fortress. Fortress is a map that we've seen INTZ play, I believe, and they looked pretty good on it. I believe it was a 8-7 loss to Loud. That being said, really close. It was one of the first play days, so, first experience on a map like Fortress. As for Los, again, I believe that they haven't played it. So them just leaving it up as opposed to a map like Clubhouse or Bank, it's really questionable. I feel like when you're looking at these map bans, it doesn't make sense what Los is really trying to go for. They're not taking INTZ to weaker maps. They're really just trying to take them somewhere where they don't have any information on INTZ really, and you don't have any information on Los, which doesn't do well if you're playing a team that you should be better than. You'd want to go to a map like Clubhouse. You'd want to go to a map like Bank, because if you are the better team, you want to be able to add elements of a map that will be able to hinder a newer team like INTZ. And that doesn't really seem like Los is going for any of that. It just seems like they are going to punch their way through the problem. And I don't know if that is a safe bet to be able to believe in, especially since they couldn't punch their way through an IP.
Well, that's a question that we'll look to solve in the game itself, and also maybe Hugzerd is cooking. We don't know what's been going on in the back rooms in preparation for this. Hey, man, there might have been some heavy conversations after the NIP game a couple of days ago. Though, from this, I'd like to move on to our next bit of conversation, welcoming our commentators for the evening. Well, for them, it's for the morning, because it's like 6 in the morning, almost 7. I realized what I did there. I'm very sorry. Good morning. Good morning, Dev and Xenox. How are we, gents?
Morning. Great.
Yeah, waking up, Milosh. It's nice and early, but we wake up to the second best region in the world. No, I'm joking. It's the best region in the world, let's be honest. SAL is a class above, and excited for the fact that we get some very high-intensity games, because if you want to go to the major, you got to win your series today.
That's
Jake,
kind of
you're
how it
glowing,
goes.
by the way.
Thank you.
Just wanted to add that. You're glowing. Your skincare is looking good.
Guys, you need a room.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Why not? Give us one.
We're in the same Discord space here, but honestly, we're all...
Don't forget, me and Fox have won a hammer.
Yeah, we did.
What did you win
at SI?
Were you guys the best team doing the escape room in Paris, were you?
No, Anne was the best. Anne beat everybody by like a 5-minute margin.
Yeah. I feel like Anne hard carried Rob in that activity. But look, you guys won a hammer. Sure, I'll give you that. This region is the region that has won the most hammers now. So I'm super keen for SAL.
I mean, all of us have been part of a SI finals broadcast in one way or another, right? So we all won hammers in our own way. James has performed really well in show matches. I'll say that. The show match back in Brazil, just before we saw the grand... He is a showman, clearly. My man James came all the way over from Australia to show off. He's like, you know what? I'm on broadcast, but I'm going to give you a goddamn show at the end of it. And we did. We did get it. We're going to get a hell of a show today. Both matches here looking very promising, but looking at INTZ and Los, you got two young rosters that are still looking to break through, James. How do they try to reckon with that in the lower bracket where now you're out of lives?
Yeah, well, obviously it's about just digging your heels in because, like you said, it's lower bracket. You got to win every game. And just like I'm looking at my second screen right now and I'm looking at the bracket. You win this game and you either play FaZe or Black Dragons. Obviously, FaZe the best team in history, or Black Dragons the winner of the LCQ and one of the only teams that can compete with the top level of Brazil that isn't in the top of Brazil. And then you win that game, and then you go and you play whoever's lost out of the upper bracket, you win that game. Like I
think it's the reverse of that, but yes, I agree with your
hard. So like, yeah, man, I don't know. I think these guys just got to go crazy.
It is going to get tough no matter what, because this is SAL. These are teams that don't just come into the competitive year to play in just online games in their own region and best of ones. They're here as just a formality to get to the LAN event and to actually be on stage and be in the grand final. And Xenox, you've seen over the years the demolition derby that SAL teams really bring no matter what. Again, young players in here with a lot of hope. We've seen this sort of development from hungry young players lead to the big teams that we know of today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the developmental pathways in the SAL region are the best. I don't think you could make arguments to that. There's a lot of focus on Tier 2 and getting access to the ability to play Tier 1. And let's be honest, we see a lot of SAL talent even going international. So when you factor in as well, they're probably the best region mechanically and strategically. It's difficult to envision who's going to be able to sort of close the gap. But I think what we are probably seeing now is that, especially in Europe and every now and then maybe in an A team, they are slowly but surely starting to compete and make things competitive at the international level. But I don't think any region's going to beat out SAL when it comes to the inter-regional competition that we see in this region. It's been, you kind of look at TL Alienware and they had to go and buy basically the second best team in the region just to be able to make it international, because that's how difficult it is in this region. And so kind of bringing it to today, you look at like, Lost One and INTZ, for instance, where Lost is probably the kind of team whereas you could easily say, could they be a top 3 NA team? Probably. Could they compete with the best in EU? Absolutely. Sorry, Fox, what did you want me to say? Could they be the best team in APL?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. We tried to get Los to compete in NA, a different roster a little bit, but they were dead last every single stage. I don't know.
Well, different roster, different time. Compete.
Honestly, in my opinion, looking at these two rosters, I mean, when you look at the players, the only real 2 players on Los that I want to put stock in is Perez, because he has consistently been on teams that have underperformed, but he has always overperformed. And I feel like Daffo as well has a lot of flexibility. He's a good backbone player. And again, I think this is just another instance that those 2 players are on a team that maybe has a little bit of issues outside of the server, not inside the server, because Dash is something that we talked about in the NAL. His overconfidence, his ego is something that was dragging Wildcard down a little bit. He's coming now to the SAL, and it seems like he is dragging down Los a little bit. I mean, to go up against Nip and be the worst performing player on a team of, players that don't have as much experience as him, that's not something that you want to see from the guy that you're pulling back from another region to essentially be the leader of this team. And if you look at INTZ, the fact that they already passed Loud in a group of death in Group B to be able to get a 4th spot, they should be more than happy. They're over the moon. Any step further now at this point for INTZ is even more gratifying, even more of a win for them. They shouldn't have even really been in this situation in the first place. So that being said, I feel a little bit of an underdog story, but this is where INTZ should have the most amount of confidence, because their confidence is real. They deserve to be here. Whereas Los, you could beg the question, should they even have a chance to play after getting smoked by an IP?
Can I jump in for a sec, Hassan?
Yeah, go ahead. I can see it.
So just to jump on top of that, Fox, like if I look back, obviously you're kind of painting this as like INTZ of like very much up and comers, the underdogs here. If you look at their results, sure, well, yeah, depends how you want to phrase it, but yeah, every single game they played was into overtime, right? They lost, you already mentioned, 7-8 to Loud. They lost 6-8 to Nip. They won against Furia, which in itself is insane, by the way, 8-7.
Yeah.
And then they got smacked by Flux at W7M 07. Like, a couple of those rounds go a different direction, and they could actually be topping their group, which I think is insane, because you look at this roster on paper and you think, wow, I expect them to only barely escape groups, which is what happened. Mm-hmm. But 3 rounds go different directions for them in the group stage, and it would be a very different story. They'd actually be one of the favorites, or one of the top of their group coming into playoffs.
I sense that the mustaches here are fighting against one another both looking Dash and Fox. I love the stash. I love how you're rocking that.
I don't know what called James as a mustache. It's more of a early morning shade.
He attempts it. It is very early morning. I'll give him that. Anyways, my friends, it seems like our game is all set and ready. Sorry with the delay, but we are in it. We'll give it over to our casters, Devin Xenox, for the first time here in SAL together. I love the kind of changes that we get to have here in SAL and different duos with it. So please, gentlemen, take it away.
It's been a while, Jake. think I noticed in the chat there, good luck Magneticos, which was the former name of INTZ
I don't know how I feel about
before this organization picked up this current iteration of the roster back in March. That's been fun.
I don't know. Maybe like a week, 2
I'm
weeks.
excited for this one though, James. I think
I got shaved again. Like
the
recently.
discussion that we had on the desk.
When I was doing it, I was like, "Oh, this is a great idea."
Because was like, "Hang on a second, these guys are good. Don't get me wrong, but they're not that great." And honestly, that means that coming into this matchup,
partner really
there's been
liked.
Good arguments sort of for both teams. You know, you kind of
and like I was just, but I didn't like how I felt like my face was like mad, like fat.
Go back and
like you know when you like
the group stage as well. And
it's like when you have a beard for so long and
they
you
didn't
shave it
really
and then
get
you're not
smashed in
used to
any
the
of
way
their
it
games.
looks.
Their one big loss was FaZe 7-3, which I think everyone in the region could sort of say, hey, you know, that's not completely awful FaZe of FaZe, although they do find themselves in the lower bracket right now. And then, you know, a 7-5 loss versus Liquid, Alienware, that's probably the one result where you kind of look at and say, well, if you flip that one, they could have had a much better group stage. And then they beat Imperial and they beat Black Dragons, who, as we know, Black Dragons are a very, very good team.
Yeah.
Obviously, when it comes to the NIP series, disappointing, you know, 7-4, 7-3. But NIP themselves, I think we've spoken internationally how over the last 6 to 12 months, NIP is kind of back in the fold when it comes to international siege, and they've kind of broken through the SAL barrier and started to actually, you know, make waves internationally. So even they too, you know, no pushovers. I think this will be a really, really good matchup where it just comes down to on the day who's just going to play better. I don't think there's probably a lot between these two teams. But as you said, you win this, and well, it's still a long way to go to actually get to the major, but it starts here in the lower bracket. And we go to border first start, which should be exciting, should be fun. I mean, like, the beauty for us is we can always kind of, and obviously you've done EML and me and Guz did a little bit of NAL, and so we've gotten a good view of all the regions. Predominantly APL is where we do see most of the action. And so this will be a really good way to kind of look at, wow, where are the big differences?
Yeah, and like you said, both of these teams, of course, very much on the outside looking in within the SAL. We only have 4 spots for Brazil to the major, which is funny. It seems a little bit criminal when you think about how many good teams we've got in this region. Obviously, FaZe, Furia, Team Liquid Alienware, Fluxer W7M, NIP, Black Dragons. I mean, there's already more than 4 there. And Raps, bottom of East Stairs, going to find a quick double. Nice idea with a Capitao to try and flush him out. Does not work in the slightest. And after that, it seems like Los completely capitulated. It's just Daffo left outside, and he's got no diffuser. They know exactly where he is. 1v5 is not looking likely with 1:30 on the clock. Maybe a bit of a feed for him. Breakfast time.
Yeah, strange one to start. Not ideal if you're lost. You don't want to give INTZ really early confidence. It's their map pick. Start well in a series in an elimination game. And so for them to just kind of throw bodies away in early picks and pretty comfortable opening round, that's not the way that you want to start a series if you're Los. That's very disappointing. You want to make a contest nice and early out the gate. Doesn't matter what map, doesn't matter what site. Yes, it's Armory Archives. But losing too many players too early into the round and then it just all completely falls apart. You got to be competitive. It's the one round where I think you can just play slow. I know it's border, but just take your time, ease into the game. And the fact that it's over already, that's a great start for INTZ. Confidence boost. And they'll be very happy with the start in this one.
Did that double up just then? That is the loudest I've ever heard that. Do not board the helicopter speaker. No. It was intense. There was a lot going on. But that's border for you, right? This map is so chaotic, and it's one of the reasons why we love it.
Well, the other thing, James, I wanted to kind of chat with you about in this series, since we'll have some time throughout, but yeah, Raps coming over from Elevate. You know, when we kind of heard the news about the Elevate roster essentially departing the APL region, a lot of them kind of then sprinkled back out through SAL, and it was always going to be curious to see, well, who were the ones that were going to get picked up, who were going to be able to slot into some nice teams. I think Raps was a very solid player in the APAC region, and I think that quite a few of those Brazilian players that went over to that Elevate roster, you could easily make the argument as very talented individuals. But it can be then very difficult to maybe then go back to SAL and join a team when, like, what's your reference point? Oh, I played at APL.
Yeah, very different meta, and you have to adapt. Now it looks like Los are deep in the bomb site. Big chance here for Dash as the kill is found on the entry. Now the fuse are going down by Nox, and INTZ are kind of with their pants down. How on earth are they going to try and retake this with the upside down rappel on the site window?
Yeah, they had the 3-2 split. One goes down very early. Raps just gets caught. Archives, good push from Dash on the blitz. SDK does get a trade back, but I mean, you got 28 seconds here. 4v3, got to go quick, and it's 3 outside stacked on the exterior. So you're going to have to start trying to go for run-outs, jump-outs. Otherwise, there's no way you can just stick this kit.
Believe the plant is for the window pretty easily, so the upside down rappel should be... Oh no, it's actually kind of deep, which does mean they have to swing a little bit more, but doesn't matter. Very easy for Los to lock it in. STK goes for a bit of a jog outside, but a very swift reply after getting completely shattered in the first round. Los fortify in the second.
I mean, you can question the post plant retake. That's irrelevant, though, when you kind of have to really question how did that even develop in the first place. And it's just really a simple rush. Like, there's not much to it. We've all seen it many times over. Bathroom tellers, through the window, blitz play especially, super viable. And what we've seen from a lot of teams in the modern era of Siege, trap utility is so big in denying a lot of that. And you kind of look at the lineup and you think, well, you had a Thorn, you had a Malusi, you had Denari. Where's all of this utility that's really hindering that rush attempt? And certainly Dash going in on the blitz. And so the kill is one thing. There's not much that Raps is really going to be able to do in that opening death scenario over towards Archives. Completely caught by himself. He's going to get flashed by the blitz. That's not on him at all as an individual, but more the setup of the defense there from in. So they'll be disappointed with that. Now, they'll probably change that up big time next time that they go bathroom and tellers, because that should never really be allowed at the super top end level. And Lost will be more than happy though with the response, and that's a response that they needed. Little wake up. Okay, well the first round was kind of diabolical. Now we can try and see if we can smack them back in the face, and they did that 1-1. And this is what you want from a series like this. You want it to be back and forth, hotly contested, hyper competitive. You don't want blowouts. You get blown out in this series, James. I mean, it's a long time until stage one. Like, it's you getting kicked out opening round of playoffs in the lower bracket. Yeah, this needs to be at least close, because then you can walk away for either of these two teams and say, well, at least it was competitive. We weren't that far off it.
Yep. Jake, I have a feeling we might be seeing a few more attacks like that one. We didn't really get a chance to touch on the operator veto, but Warden getting banned, Goyo getting banned, that really telegraphs. We want to go for a rush. We want to use the blitz. We want to use the Ying. We want to use the Glaz. Now, 2 of those operators are already brought to the table here in the second round. And Dash is going inside with the blitz again. The Denari, though, does keep him at bay. He decides to just tank it. He wants to go up the stairs. And he's going to get shot in the back of his head by Dark.
It happens in SAL as well.
It seemingly happens in every region. Unfortunate team kill. Daffo will find one with the Glaz regardless, but he is so separated from his teammate, and he's also very far from the bomb site as well. This will be a very hard conversion for these two lonely players, especially if Daff can't find that kill. He gets the down, but doesn't matter now. A 1v4 becomes a 1v3 for Nox on the Grim.
Yeah, and honestly, if he was full health, I'd say he's a fair shot. 90 seconds, legacy's low, but he's half health. It's just a couple of bullets to the body. They know where he is, coming out of security towards 90. Difficult. He has to clear above. No chance as Raps shuts him down, trying to push into Fountain. It's funny, I was speaking to Guz about this the other day on, I think it was an APL broadcast, and I'd love to see a statistic of team kills in Siege, because I genuinely believe the highest percentage would be, in terms of the death part of that team kill, a shield player. Yeah, a shield player. It just happens so often. And then a lot of the times it's no one's fault. It's neither the shield player's fault or even the person who gets the team kill fault. It's just, yeah, like it's a rush in. It's just a spur of the moment, a flick. Like, you know, like little things can happen. But it's funny because, as you said, it happens in every region. But I think we just kind of see it a little bit more in others.
Yeah. Look, we like to meme on it, but it genuinely is a bit hard in the chaos when you're doing a blitz rush, especially if you're playing a Glaz with a very deep scope, don't have as good vision, you don't have peripheral vision, and yeah, sometimes it's just a little bit awkward. Speaking of the Glaz, gets banned on out, and now we have the reply, right? The Ying and the Glaz have been banned, with that Warden also being banned, kind of nullifying the effects of the Warden ban more or less. Of course, you still have smokes, and you still have the blitz flashes. Not to mention just typical flash grenades as well. But the Denari ban clearly also trying to enable Dash on the shields. Now, this is the thing about Dash, right? I know Fox talked about him a lot. I've heard a lot of commentary about his time on Wildcard and his rejoining Los. Now, he is an aggressive player, and he likes to take risks, especially on the shields. It's a lot of rounds where that guy is aiming down sights early. Unfortunately, last round, his death wasn't his fault. As we said, that was a team kill. But, yeah, I'd like to see more of the Blitz now that Denari is gone, but it is going to be foregone for this round. But I'm okay with that. Not to mention the Clash has been picked as well.
I mean, decent start though. If you're in 2 defensive rounds to begin, need to go back to Armory Archives now as well. And the shield play that we've seen so far from Los as well hasn't really been all that effective. Doesn't help when you get team kill, but except for the Archives round, that was the only one where a bit of success. Oh, nice opening kill from Dafo. Well, they needed a good start to the round, and so far they've been able to do that in the last 3 rounds for Los. Didn't convert, of course, in the previous round, so Arthur goes down. No smoke, you lose quite a bit of your delay. That's a big kill, but you do still have the Clash on the board.
Big target here is going to be Angel inside of CCTV, and Noah's favorite spot with the DMR as well. Has so much ability to get heavy damage at long range with that ACOG, supported by the Clash. It's a bit of a dream position to play for INTZ. Also supported down below by STK. Worried about perhaps a bit of vertical pressure, which is unlikely based on the operators chosen here by Los. But it is Dark who tries to go for a lurk up the main stairs. The barbed wire, at least one piece of it, was naded off at the start of the round by his teammate. So INTZ were able to read that play into the mid-round.
Just can't get into the building. I mean, we've just got over a minute left and still 4 in the exterior. Haven't taken any security control. Haven't taken this battle with Angel. They can't get through break. I mean, top piece stairs should be available as an entry point. And speaking of, that's where Paris is going to go now. But I just don't like the timing here. You still want to take this battle with Angels. If you can get that kill, open up security. You can open up the map a little bit more, start to flood more in towards site with the extra number advantage. You're dealing against the Clash. SDK towards Office would then be the next contest point, but they're a little split right now. And they're taking their time, slowing the pace down. They're going to go for an Archives plant. Surely there's a denial to come through. There shouldn't be much to... Wow, he just walked straight in.
That's incredible. Deep plant. The main position tonight. That plant was covered in a dash, finding a big double. Now, Angels is the last one left, 1v3. Perez not in a revivable position for now. That's fine. He's still giving plenty of information for Los. And now the final E1D locks Angels in place. You can see Dash is so tempted to peek. But, man, this is such an impossible task. Now, he could die from 4 different angles, potentially. And even if he finds Nux here, he'll get traded back by Dafo and Los, able to quickly tie up the score.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating one. So I guess from Los's perspective, instead of taking the battle towards security, ignore. Instead of pushing through Office, ignore. I mean, there was one there with the flash dump and a little bit of presence shown, but you're not taking the fight. So they're kind of drawing the attention away of the defenders from Archives. Legacy had a Nitro style. He threw it out. I imagine that was to deny plant. We didn't get to see it, but that was essentially...
I don't know where plant was.
Well, that's the thing. Either didn't know where plant was, didn't have eyes on it, and certainly then didn't have bodies, or at least enough bodies, actually there to put pressure on that, because they also had the Clash as well. So, like, that wasn't really the focus over towards Archives. They were expecting Lost to probably push in and take those fights towards security, towards Office. And I guess for Lost, that's actually just really good counterplay where they identified a potential win condition, which was they don't have a lot of bodies on site. Let's see if we can sneak in Archives, get plant down. We'll show a little bit of presence elsewhere to keep them in positions like Office, like security, and sort of also like the back of Armory. And it ended up just working out. That's a credit to Los. That's a really good adaptation mid-round, because I was a little concerned time management wasn't great in terms of going and taking the more conventional bites. Opted for a different strategy. It works out. 2-2 scoreline, and we're getting that competitive back and forth nice and early.
Underrated operator pick for me last round was actually the Brava. We didn't see on camera whether this was true, but based on the operator picks from INTZ, I can only assume there was a bulletproof camera in archives that would have called out the position of that plant. I can only assume it was hacked by the Bravo, which is why that C4 missed. Obviously, a lot happens on Siege off camera, nature of having 10 players doing 10 different things in one round, but I just want to give credit where credit is due. Los had a lot of different working parts to make that execute happen. And now they've got a lot of working parts to make this very quick rush all the way in through Fountain. Oh, wow, he's just deep in Workshop. The plant's going down from Nux. The Blitz has erupted into the bomb site. So much control here from the attacking side. The defense just gave up so much ground, and it was very quickly lapped up by Los. STK and Legacy now. Realistically, no chance of winning this round, and it will be flawless for Los. Unbelievable, utter domination. And they take the lead once again.
One of the better rounds that I've seen on Bathroom Towers. So it's not too dissimilar to what we saw before. The difference being they get the pinch involved too. So they get the blitz play with the line through Towers, bit of a rush. Okay, clear that player out. Then they've also got the workshop rush as well. So anyone close to site horizontally is just dead immediately. And INTZ are going to have to look at that site and say, well, how are we allowing a rush through Towers again for the second time straight? That's concerning that we still don't have enough there to actually deny that. And credit to Los for just going with the double down and say, yeah, let's just go blitz again and send it through. This time we'll add in pressure from the workshop side. So they cleared out those two players on that first floor. Really, really solid pinch, and clearly takes a high amount of communication, coordination to pull that off. INTZ just weren't ready for it. And Los now up 3-2. They've won 3 of the last 4 rounds. So like they've got the momentum at the end of this first half.
Gotta wonder why INTZ did not pick smoke last round, considering that the main way that they lost the previous defensive bathroom tellers was due to a blitz rushing, and they didn't just have any presence for that at all. Funny, it takes 6 rounds for us to see the mirror. You ask, well, why don't we see more Goyo, Warden, Denari bans? Well, it's because it costs something. You know, you don't get a chance to ban that mirror, which is everyone's favorite operator to ban on the defensive side. It takes this long for us to bring it out. A mirror is actually usable on pretty much any bomb site of Border. Extremely useful. Very almost a free kill for Perez. Now, there's not a lot of utility to clear these mirror windows. No Ash, no Carly, no Zero, none of the obvious direct counters, not even a Twitch. So Los are going to be stalled out a little bit. They're going to have to show us that they have a good way to deal with these power positions that INTZ have created.
And it's a really good showcase there in that moment with Perez, right? Because of the mirror window, he can't have the trigger discipline and kind of push up to that open wall. Even though he sees Arthur's back, he kind of shoots immediately because he's not going to really get that chance to push up. Because if he does push up, it's well, then he's now kind of going right side. If he turns around, looks through the mirror window, you're not going to get that element of surprise.
Oh, they're really loving their Dokkaebi Lion combo, aren't they? Logic Bomb rings out.
Makes sense on this map.
Yeah. A lot of util spam. Interesting flashes from Daffo instead of nades on the Lion. Angels aggressive inside of CCTV, where he's played every single time INTZ played this bomb site. And yeah, now Losa.
Well, I'm a little bit confused there. So Perez is on the Deimos, and he can be a really strong operator in dealing with that security hold. And then I don't know why he's got so much focus over towards Armory, especially with that mirror window there. I think they had enough time and they have shown no willingness so far, Loss, in this half to go for a security clear at all.
Yeah. A big refrag onto the mirror of Legacy. It looks like Raps is trying to wrap back to site, as the pressure is primarily coming out from that office side, but with one player here on the balcony. And as I say that, it's just all over, isn't it? INTZ back into it, 3v1 now, as Dark is down below. He was tasked with dealing with the mirror position, dealing with Angels inside CC, and it was just too little, and it was far too late. As you said before, the Deimos so good at dealing with that CCTV position. He needed to be down below, working it with the Buck, but no, picked early and picked apart. INTZ managed to tie up the half.
Yeah, an interesting one on Border here as we head into the Raw Swap halftime break for these players. Again, it's a fascinating one from the perspective of Los in that half. Just no real care about clearing out CC. Well, who was playing CC, Dev? His name was Angels. He got the most amount of kills. He's just got the freedom, the license. And from that position, you can see 90. You can deny entry over towards Armory. You can pull pressure over towards Break and any kind of top east stairs position, depending on... And also the window play as well, which is just incredible on Border, which he got that opening pick in the round against Perez. So I'm a little bit confused as to why they didn't really care about clearing that out and playing Armory Archives in the more conventional sense. The one round that they won on that site was the Archives play where they kind of just snuck through the door and again completely ignored the lacks of security and office. I think getting a 3-3 half on Border's fine. I don't think either team's sweating right now. They'll probably go and continue to trade blow for blow going into the second half. You know, what we have seen, though, at least, is just the willingness to take fights nice and early in rounds. You kind of look at the opening kill metric. I'm going to give the opening round, which was at 1:55. I'll say that's basically 2 minutes, and that's 5 out of 6 rounds that were 2+ minutes on the clock when you got that opening kill. That's Border in a nutshell. Just a lot of balcony play, a lot of windows. You're going to get a lot of early kills, but it does sort of highlight then when you take in the time of plants that we saw, 2 of them from Lowe's, 2:08 and 2:11, with the third one being at the 35-second mark. But the opening kill was really early in the round. Just fast play. Both of these teams are playing super fast, wanting to be aggressive. I think for Los, there were times where they struggled to get into the buildings when they lost those rounds. But when they went really quick, like hyper quick, and they just went, screw it, let's just get straight into the building, they won those rounds. So it was quite intriguing to watch that half play out.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just feel like I would have liked to see a little bit more Brava and Twitch in that last round. Both operators that we saw Los pick earlier in the half that would have played really well into the setup. And you're talking about Mira, Aruni, Ella, Thorn, operators that get very well countered by those drone ops. I think it was a little bit of a waste to emphasize so much on the Buck, Deimos. But let's see, as we move to the second half, what ops are the focus? The Goyo ban makes a return, this time by INTZ. And the Clash as well. Okay, so no Warden ban, no Glaz ban either. The Thatcher is in as well, so a couple of departures from the first half. The big thing here, though, is that there's going to be a lot of emphasis on shields here for INTZ because of that Clash ban, because of that Goyo ban. Both operators that really counter shields. While they don't have the Monty, that's fine. Got 3 other shields to choose between, and they're going with Blackbeard, at least for now, at the start of this first round. So I have very high hopes, especially pair that with Flores and Twitch. Man, you can completely clear out any traps in the bomb site. Ella, Thorn, Denari. It's clearly a big focus for Los. Both teams know what kind of a round we're going to be playing. It's going to be centered around wherever that shield decides to go.
It will be curious to see, because I think on Border, the attacking team really sets the pace and sets how things are going to be played. I mean, defense that can as well, because if the defense is aggressive at the windows, swinging out, I think FaZe are a team that really like to actually go for runouts and be super aggressive as an example. So you can kind of dictate how the game is playing from both sides. And we saw that in the first half with Los on the attack. Like when they wanted to rush in, there wasn't much INTZ could do about it. You know, it's just sort of then having to play in response to what the opposition was doing. It's the beauty of Border. It's why it's one of my favorite maps to watch, because the best teams are so dominant on it and can really flex their skills in a lot of areas. And strategically as well, it is there. It's not just a run and gun map. And we saw that in one of the earlier rounds on Armory Archives from Los. And so judging by this lineup, you bring the Twitch, you bring the Flores, you got the air jabs from the Nomad. This might actually be slower pace from INTZ, but then with the Blackbeard and Dockerby, they can kind of flick that switch, and Duck goes for that early run out. That's so aggressive. Too aggressive, probably, and gives INTZ now a really big opening in this first round of the second half. And a camera.
Yeah, look, the only rounds where the team who got the opening kill did not convert it is the round where it was a team kill. So if that doesn't emphasize how much that first pick matters on Border, well, I don't know what will. That is a huge cost to Los at the start of this round. It's going to be doubled down. Angels is back on the DMR. Every single round of defense, Jake, he played a DMR. Now he switches to attack. He's playing the exact same gun he played for almost every single round of the first half as the Aruni. And he's dealing damage with it too. Legacy finds his second in the round. And Losa being completely picked apart.
We haven't had a lot of close rounds. Now, it could change here. He's still got it for a minute, 2v4, especially on the defense. Nux trying to get some information on the pulse, and Daffo does still have a Nitro Cell. And when you look at the health margins of Arthur and Angels, yeah, they're not exactly full health. Minute left, so it's up to STK, Legacy, kind of just being able to back themselves in, push, be aggressive here. They're just holding the angles as Legacy and Arthur will push through Office. But in terms of that first half, there was never a single round where there was 2 or less alive. It was 3+ every single time. So it's up to Lowstown and, most importantly, Daffo and Nux to try and bring this round back. Oh, team kill doesn't help. Daffo and Nux get one each as well. And this is now a 1v2.
Yeah, STK is also staring straight into a crossfire as well. This could not have gone worse for INTZ. That is a round Los had no right to win. Yeah, they did. Unreal. I can't believe that. That is going to be such a tilter for INTZ. It doesn't get much worse than that. You have a shield. You have a 4v2 advantage. The 2 players left are in 2 different bomb sites, and once you start pressuring Archives, the pulse drops down below. That's a 4v1 on the bomb site. They don't even find a single kill. Devastating.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it was a round that they had no right to win. Again, there was still a Nitro 2v4. You're on the defense as the 2, couple of low health members for INTZ. It was certainly a winnable round, but geez, you kind of just threw it away there, and it's kind of strange that we see 2 team kills onto 2 shields. Again, it just backs in my theory, like how often that happens when you're that shield player. You're just going to have to be prepared to put one in the back of the head. But for me, it's just the fact that for Los, as Nux and Daffo did the right job, kind of just sit back, hold positions, hold angles, force INTZ into you. They didn't go out swinging. They didn't start just trying to aggressively get the kills back. They kind of just sat back. We haven't seen a lot of that here on Border so far in this match. So that might be something that Los look to in this second half and just think, well, if we do hold back a little bit, maybe INTZ might fall into positions we want them in.
What's the saying? Never interrupt your opponent when they're about to make a mistake.
I think it's your enemy, but in this case, your opponent.
Yeah, potato, potato, tomato, tomato, INTZ, INTZ. Yeah, look, yeah, I can't help but feel like that's a tilter. I really feel like you can overthink it for a million years, but the priority there should have been just looking to try and focus up Armory side, because that's the only place where you can plant safely from the pulse down below. You've got a Blackbeard, for goodness sake. Like, you just bully that Warden 4v1, and that should be a win. Yes, it's winnable for the defense, but not without some kind of a mistake from the attack. Now, it's up to INTZ to right the wrongs of that last round, make a bit of a comeback. And cracking this very tough egg of CCTV is going to be a part of it. There's 2 players in there at the moment, one with a crossfire from Armory. This is not working. There's no universe where this works, jumping in the window like this. Come on. Oh my God, he finds that kill. I cannot believe it. Took almost the entire magazine. Does get traded, but miraculously, INTZ actually come out better for it. Up until Angel falls there. And now we're pretty much even. Los actually don't have the worst position. They do have some of the worst operators, though, for some reason. The Thorn is a strange choice. But Nux finding that pick on the Oryx makes it a little bit more winnable now, as STK and Legacy are forced into a lot of 1v1s. STK finds
hang on. Nux is healing. The Thunderbird doing its job at the Kona station. Chef Jeff would be proud. First time I think
it might have just saved his life as well.
Oh, yes.
You are bloody kidding me.
Wow.
Oh my God, what a meme.
Well, I'll have to owe an apology to Chef Jeff. It might be the first time his name's been mentioned on an SAL broadcast, but he likes to play the Thunderbird in the Oceanic region. Wasn't expecting to see it here in SAL. It just got a buff as well, James, from 2 to 3 health points per second.
3 HP. Oh my goodness, 3 HP per second. That means I could have full health after sitting there after 365 days.
Well, it's forced the timeout. INTZ, not a great start to the second half. Haven't found an attacking round just yet. Lows have looked pretty solid on the defense. You can make the argument, of course, the 7th round was a thrown round for INTZ, 4-2 up in terms of players' advantage, but it was never a given. Yeah, I'd be disappointed. What's interesting in this game as well, sort of to watch, is the attacking team has won the vast majority of the opening kills. So INTZ have actually got the 2 opening picks in this second half, and it was 4-2 in favor of Los in the first half. So out of the 8 rounds played, that's a 6-2 split in favor of the attacking team, which again is border in a nutshell. But despite that, we've actually seen a lot of defensive rounds won here on border, despite essentially playing as 4v5 on a pretty good map for attackers to flood through and take good space and positioning. 5-3 lead for Los. It's INTZ's map pick, so timeout expires. They need to bounce back quickly because it's been a back and forth match, but Los a 4-round streak in the last 5 rounds. That's dominant.
Yeah. Next is Chalet after this. INTZ haven't played that this stage. We saw Los play it against FaZe. They got 3 rounds, but it's FaZe, so you can't hold that against them too much. I did watch that game. That was not a close game. That was a very violent start from FaZe. But nonetheless, I do agree with you. INTZ need to have a better performance here on border because Chalet up next is going to be a hard slog. I am still kind of bewildered that the play last round from the Blitz was to jump in the CC window. That is just crazy, risky. Yeah, insane that even worked out for 1 kill before being traded. But no shield this round. Maybe a good thing with the track record of shield players getting team killed so far this match.
Well, there's an opening pick for the defense, but it's going to be a very difficult round now for INTZ. Add in a second. Wow. So Los now flick the switch. They get aggressive. So kind of lulling INTZ into this sense of security with this more setback play style, allowing INTZ to push in, and then out of the timeout, they're probably thinking, well, INTZ have cooked something up. So let's actually go for the counterpunch nice and early in the round. This has been such a good display from Los in terms of their ability to adapt throughout the match based on how the game is playing. And they're trying in this arm wrestle to get it on their terms, of which they've succeeded and are now on the verge of a 6-3 lead.
Yeah, especially when the attack wants to go for some kind of set execute with util like Glaz, Capital. That's when you want to take the fight to them. Wow, oh my god, there are 4 players here just around the CCTV box looking to get aggressive together. Perez does. He finds Arthur. STK 1v5 on the Glaz. Not going to have a good time, that's for sure.
At least avoids the flawless, which is always a nice little mental note. Gets a second. Oh, he's certainly got to just stop throwing bodies away here. Glaz is quite strong if you're going 1 by 1. It's probably maybe one of the best operators. If you've got numbers and you swarm around him, there's not much you can do. 6-3, and honestly, well-deserved for Los. Yes, there's been little errors at times here or there, but from both teams and not too many. The reason why they've got this 3-round advantage is just their ability to adapt. They've been better on defense than in that first half, and it's not even close. Like that, their just ability to deny any potential rush attempts, get aggressive at times themselves. They're making it difficult for INTZ to read what Los are kind of doing on the defense, and so that's causing a lot of hesitation. Like as we head into these bans, it's going to be very important they get rid of something that's impactful, and it's Malusi, which only got played twice, didn't get played in the opening round. It's probably not the kind of operator as well, Dev, where I think you ban it and you think, oh, we're much safer now. We don't have to deal with the Banshees. Like the Glaz is a great ban because it takes away a lot of strength on those balcony exterior positions, looking in through windows, playing with the smoke executes as well. That's a huge ban. The Malusi, I don't think shifts the needle.
No, not at all. And they're not banning the mirror, and they're not bringing any counters for it, aside from the ace, which is still not a perfect counter for it because it can be shot off, it can be protected with batteries and any form of electrification. Yeah, I don't think that Malusi is a huge ban here at all. I think that INTZ are probably going to get a little bit punished. And it's not just about operators. I mean, when Los are winning while playing Oryx and Thunderbird in the same round, then it's not just about the util being brought to the table. It's about the way the rounds are playing out. And INTZ actually had the IQ of Arthur jump again into CCTV window that round, died with a diffuser in that 2v5. And that, to me, just seems like, again, a little bit of a risky play, a little bit of an unnecessary one. The operator picks get locked in, and we still have no hard counters to the mirror, just the soft counter of the Twitch, which, to me, doesn't feel like enough.
This is a lovely little angle for Dark. No one going negative as well now for Low, so it's been a good team effort. Nux has led the way, 10-5. Double Nitrocell in this round.
Oh.
And funnily enough, on the Denari for Dark, look at the utility. He's still got 2 tripwire connectors and his deployable shield that he hasn't used.
Got to go for that spawn peak, bro.
Oh. Well, he's got us to stay alive here.
And he's not going to.
Yeah.
It's a costly spawn peak.
Just use your utility first and then go for the spawn peak.
Yeah. Yeah, look, it's worth it if you just don't spawn peak. You manage to get your util down. Probably a bit of regret there. Thankfully, I don't think that shield was essential to the strat. We still have good power positions with the mirror, but, I mean, yeah, you definitely don't mind using a shield in any position on this map to try and fortify yourself a little bit. But giving up that opening pick does give a big advantage now to INTZ. Now they have the numbers to really prioritize one facet of the map. This is going to be an aggressive peek, though. Big kill from Dash. He runs straight outside, takes down Angels. Now no more Sledge to worry about. That really does decline some of the nade utility as well. Arthur himself is out of nades. Twitch can come in and help with the Denari setup, which is good. There's a lot of ground to take.
Yeah, again, not a lot of map control. You got Arthur pushing east stairs, and that's it, really. Still double
haven't dealt
nitro.
with that mirror, man.
Haven't dealt with the mirror. You've got the pulse that can get information. You can see Nux is on the heartbeat sensor now. And they have the utility to deal with this Blackbeard as well.
I want to breach. I think it's a good move here to breach open the Archives wall. We've got the ace for it.
Ooh, there we go.
Oh, Nox, don't waste your C4 now.
Oh, no, it does not waste.
Oh.
Wow. That's big. It doesn't get the kill, James, but it delays. You got to go get the res. You want that Blackbeard up. You have to go get him. And look at the time left in the round. This is delayed ints massively. That's a solid 10 to 15 seconds just wasted off the clock in a round where there's not much time.
Oh, Nux has just completely opened up this round for INTZ. It's the end of the road, isn't it? It's STK up against the world. Daffo to swing the final kill. And Los put to bed what was, in the end, quite a dominant game.
Yeah, very dominant in the end. Los winning 5 of the last 6 rounds after a bit of back and forth nice and early on. It was shaping up to be hyper competitive, but in the end, Los just ran away with it, James, and deservedly so. They just played the map a lot better, certainly going into the second half where they won the 4 rounds straight on defense, which doesn't happen all that often on Border as well.
No. 4 rounds in a row. Mira making an appearance in 3 of those rounds. Hell of a lot of traps. And yeah, great bit of pulse play at the end there. I really thought that was a wasted C4. But no, the fact that it landed outside the window, down the Blackbeard, and with the time on the clock, it was a done deal for Los.
Yeah, it certainly was. I think now moving forward for INTZ, you've lost your opening map. All right, so now you've got to try and find a way back going into Chalet. Yeah, it's not your map pick, but Chalet, I think, is a map where I don't want to say the word it's going to play similar to Border, but there are certainly elements with the exterior play, the windows. You know, you can kind of play similar, and getting into the map isn't always easy, but when you do, can you take space and can you clear out defenders, etc.? INTZ are going to have to do a much better job of that, because as we saw in that second half on their attack, they couldn't really get anything going. They couldn't get any rushes. That didn't work at all. We saw Los pull that off in the first half, and they certainly could, again, struggle to get into the building. Couldn't really get any side executes down either. No diffuser play That's a lot of what you're going to see on Chalet. You think about on Chalet how often we see rounds come down to kick going down, post-plant scenarios, things like that. So that's room for improvement for INTZ, and certainly now with the tournament on the line, if you lose the next map, you're out of Kickoff and certainly not going to the major.
Yeah, absolutely. On to the next map, though. It's last opportunity for INTZ. Chalet coming up on the other side of this break.
And it's official. The Kingdom Hearts of FPS games is real. Okay, that's obviously a joke, but unless you've been hiding in a cave for the past few months, you already know that the main character from the Metal Gear franchise is now on a mission inside Rainbow Six. The legend himself, Solid Snake. So let's break it down and see what this iconic creation of Hideo Kojima can actually do in the world of Siege. Snake is a brand new attacking operator introduced in Operation Silent Hunt, and his stats, he's got 1 health and 3 speed. His loadout is just as spicy. The beautiful F2 as his primary weapon and the exclusive Tacit .45 as his secondary, which by the way is basically the same suppressed pistol he uses in his own games. Now, when it comes to secondary gadgets, you've got options. A lot of options. Frag grenades, stuns, impacts, smokes, and even breach charges. But the real highlight here is his signature gadget, the Soliton Raider MK3. This thing doesn't just reveal defender positions, it also shows which direction they are facing. But don't get too excited. Charges are limited and enemies will know when you activate it. So yeah, timing is everything. And that's not all. Snake can also pick up secondary gadgets from eliminated defenders, giving him even more adaptability as the round goes on. Now, to me, everything sounds pretty solid. Maybe a little too solid, if I'm being honest. But what do the pros think about this new and very famous operator?
Mano, o Solid Snake é um operador muito versátil, assim. Eu acho que dá pra usar ele de 2 formas diferentes, uma forma agressiva, que é ativando o celular, vendo onde o inimigo tá entrando no mapa, ou uma forma mais defensiva, para os zagueiros de plantão aí, né? Pode usar ele para ver o celularzinho tirar a cara e ficar cagado só passando intel.
Pô, o Snake é um operador muito da hora. Fazia tempo que não lançava um boneco tão diferente assim, com uma ideia tão diferente.
Acho que é um boneco sofisticado, porque tipo assim, o problema pra mim é quando você olha, rastreia, o cara sabe que você tá vindo. Pô, ao mesmo tempo você vai tirar um V1, é isso, é como se fosse o Daemon, só que piorado. Para uns caras 4-1, acho que é bom, boneco.
Perfect, efficient, adaptable, and with an easy-to-use gadget. Nothing to complain about. Editor, go ahead and stamp it. Approved! But what about you guys? Do you like the new operator? Do you think he's gonna be meta? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'm out for now. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you next time.
And there it is, my friends. You got to see the video to wrap it all up. That was the voice of Ike, our friend in Brazil, who just recently actually announced his retirement from Siege after graduating from his studies, which is pretty darn cool and impressive. We love him very much. We're very happy that he got to make this video at the end of it. And we're very happy that we got this first map done and dusted real quick, because it clearly showed Los a bit on a different level compared to INTZ, in this case, my friend Fox.
I think at first the over-aggressive plays, trying to get those fast picks on attack, it wasn't really working out for Los too well. And then they understood exactly what needed to be done, especially when it came down to the side swap. That's where we saw just Los run away with it. I mean, it really looked like their confidence was leading on full force. Everybody on the team was fighting. And I really do believe when I say this, that a lot of the direction of the way Los can win their rounds is correlated directly on how Dash is playing. If Dash is leading the charge, if he's being able to find picks, find positionings with the shields, or on defense, find those opening kills, go for these aggressive plays, I think that's scared INTZ a little bit. I think that means that Los is going to be performing exceptionally well. INTZ looked like once Los got over aggressive, that's where we saw the holes start to show up. The individual picks would come through. There was no trades from INTZ. They were just losing body after body. Their attacks looked very disjointed and split up. But I think I don't think that's necessarily INTZ playing bad. I just think it was Los taking advantage. Like this push right there from Dash, they're just taking advantage of the gaps that INTZ is letting them, and that's where Los is winning. It looked like an experience difference on knowing where to take these gunfights. That being said, even though it's a 7-3, I'm not too confident that it's going to be a blowout in the next map. I think INTZ just got a little flustered, so to say, and going into the next map, I just don't know if that fluster can make or break a team. If they can shake it off, I think it'll be a lot closer. If not, then it might just be a 2-0.
It's just cool in some ways to see a defense-sided border in a case like this, in a game like this, where the real struggle will always be this level of play. How do we do on the attack? That's always the challenge. Top teams have it, but they have these problems quite a bit less than teams that require more experience. How we set it up for INTZ and Los. Both need a bit more time in the cooking phase. They made it to this spot. Now is to see who can advance deeper. As you said, it might be a 2-0 blowout. We are not sure of that just yet. We'll take a look at our map, Veto, one more time just to kind of give everybody a preview. We went to map number 1 on a border, and that was, of course, the INTZ defense start. As you saw, they were quite successful on it with 3 rounds. Now we will go to Chalet, and the attack side here goes for Los. The attack side goes for INTZ. Los starting off on the defense. They're the ones that picked the map at the end of the day. INTZ going for more advantageous one. From what we've seen from border, what can you apply in here where you can play that aggression? Maybe do you have to do it faster, quicker? Do you bring a shield? Do you play behind that if you're INTZ to gain an early map advantage?
Well, Xenox hit the nail on the head that Chalet is very fundamentally similar to border because of how aggressive you need to be. The shields don't have as much success, but I'd imagine that's what Los is going to stick to. The shields, the Dokkaebi. Something that INTZ could take a page out of Los's book, because it looked like a lot of the rounds that they were losing on their attacks on border was due to lack of information, lack of knowing where the rat players are from Los, getting overwhelmed by the individual aggression. So I'm hoping that if INTZ learned anything from border, they're bringing the Dokkaebi, they're bringing their own shields, maybe some Nomad, some Gridlock, some Grim, information operators to be able to find where Los is going to be, because they went pretty 50-50 when it came to the opening kills. So once they know where somebody is, more often than not, they're able to get that advantage, but they're losing it late round because Los is bunkered down in little corners. You have Dash going for flanks, going for aggressive pushes. So INTZ needs to make sure that they batten down the hatches on that front and make sure that they just have the information in the late round. As for Los, shields, again, aren't as strong on this map. But that being said, I'm assuming we're going to see a Blackbeard, a Blitz, one of those two from Dash. And again, that's another aspect where INTZ can take off the board if they don't want to have to deal with Dash being that spearhead, because it's a lot of on Dash's shoulders when it comes to the entry on their own attack. So a lot to take away from if you're INTZ, a lot to learn from. For Los, again, there's no real habits. It doesn't really seem like they're following a playbook by no means. So it just seems like they're letting the confidence lead the charge for them.
Well, that's it, I guess, from us, but we usually want to hear from the players themselves. And actually, INTZ and Los actually had something to say in preparation for this match. Let's hear what they had.
Com um time novo aí, igual o nosso, com uma molecada nova, também de pouco tempo. Acho que são dois times a se provar. Então acho que vai ser um jogão contra o meu irmão também, o Pérez aí, o Hugo também. Ele vai vir com sangue no olho, mas a gente tá mais separado, a gente é mais experiente, a gente vai conseguir punir os erros deles. O boneco vai ter que cair no dia, hein? Se os bonecos não caírem, vocês vão tomar, hein?
Yeah, we're back. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at it. I'm like, wait, that was fast. But yes, we're Fox. I'll just say our night is still young. Anyways, we got our second map on our hand here in Chalet. We're waiting for a match to get started and actually kick off into our second map. Talking about both of our squads and what could be brought. We talked about the Monty. We talked about the aggression, playing behind one another in this, really trying to take it into Los's face. But how are you kind of playing out this defense? Because we saw a defense-sided border, not usually what we get. Is there a way that we actually get a more defensive-sided Chalet with the way these two teams are playing?
I mean, the aspect of Los' success is because they are ratting so heavily. On a map like Chalet, we've seen Loban do it all the time. The flanks from the basement, blue stairs, main stairs. Those are going to be your traps that Los is hopefully trying to execute on. And a lot of their plays are individualized. We're not seeing a 3-2-1, one person hit the flank, and then we'll push from the front. It's more just dash roaming alone, finding these opening kills. Now, if you're INTZ, again, you have to be able to realize that if you want to be competitive, especially against the very difficult teams in the bracket. We said that this was the best situation that INTZ could have found themselves in, is facing Los. The harder teams are going to take advantage of those gaps. And that's where INTZ needs to be able to show us that they can autocorrect and learn from just one map loss, because this is their last opportunity in the map, to bring these info operators. You need to have an understanding on where everyone from Los is going to be, specifically in late round. That's why the Dokkaebi is going to be so strong. It's a very popular SAL operator because you can cut down on the droning. You don't have to find them. You can just hit a phone call and execute. And then wherever the phone call comes from, you know where Los is going to be. Operators like that, Lion will be able to help. They're very successful when it comes to the entry. It's just about these late round scenarios. And that's what you see from teams that are a little bit less strong. I don't want to say less experienced, because they do have some experience on the team, but confidence right now that Los is radiating. They're just going for plays that they feel like they can just win because they are the quote unquote better team. So you can easily take advantage of that if you just have flank drones, have information on Los. You're getting the first pick. That's the hard part down. Just make sure you're using that man advantage with the information.
All right, then let's bring in our casters. Please, Xenox, Devmarta, come on into the room, my friends. We're going to have a little chat between us as our lobby is set. We're almost ready to kick it into our matchup. Punishing overconfidence, Xenox. In games like this, how do you achieve that?
That's a good question. I think that what we saw in the first half of Border was the confidence from Los, and we didn't see INTZ actually be able to deny those rushes and really get on the front foot as the defense. And then so I thought in the second half that would change a little bit. But oh, hello, I've gone. You guys in the second half I thought that would maybe change, but it certainly didn't. And so yeah, the for Los is there as we say goodbye to Milosh and Fox. Lovely two gentlemen. I think that what we need to see is actually more confidence from INTZ, not worrying about what Los is doing, James. That's the biggest thing. Is like INTZ are probably good, especially in this first half. You're on attack, so perfect. Set the tone nice and early. Have the confidence. Take the gunfights. You know that Los have the ability to play aggressive on the defense, and Chalet is a map that plays well to that. So I think they've got to be better prepared coming into Chalet, even if it is Los's map pick.
There for a sec.
Yeah, for sure. But I really like the operators that we've seen banned on out. The Clash is a big one, of course. Both teams really liked using the shields, but I think especially INTZ, the way that we saw them trying a couple of different ideas with the shields. In the end, the Blackbeard not working in that final round, unfortunately, but it could make a return here. Blackbeard's really good on this map. Monty is pretty good on this map. The Blitz banned out leaves those two shields as your main options. The Clash gotten rid of. Really gives you a lot more flexibility. The Azami as well. Not only is Azami amazing on Chalet for creating power positions, but a lot of the more modern Azami play is much more dynamic and aggressive. You keep a lot of those keepers in pocket. You go for retakes and such with them. But getting rid of Azami and Clash leaves another one of the main big power position operators in, which is the Mirror, that I didn't shut up about on Border, Xenox, and I won't shut up about it here as long as it's picked and not banned. But the big question for me is, how is INTZ going to look to clear the Mirror positions? You can do so in 1,000 different ways. We've got Hibana and Ace, both of which are not super reliable because they can be shot off. You've got the Twitch, which is also not super reliable because it can be shot. You've got the Kali and the Ash, which are the two easiest counters, and they haven't been picked as of yet. They're expensive operators because they don't bring a lot of other utility. They're not as versatile necessarily as some of these other choices, but yeah, I just think that if the mirrors don't get dealt with, I'd be flexing onto something that has a bit more of a direct counter.
Yeah, and obviously you get the opportunity to ban it 3 rounds in as well. obviously that's still 3 rounds that you get to play it if you're Lowe's, but if it really is becoming an issue for INTZ, then they do still have that option as long as they don't get rid of something like a Malusi, which is what we saw at the tail end of Border. But yeah, I think for INTZ, this is going to have to just bring the confidence. Yeah, you're fighting for a spot in the major. That's a lovely night yourself from Dark and Perez. And again, this is what we spoke about on the desk. Yeah, the aggression and the confidence of Lowe's. We saw it back on Border. So INTZ knew full well this is how Lowe's want to play. Border, Chalet, a lot of similarities. And playing around the windows, and when you're on the attack, you're on those balcony positions. Lovely swing from Angels. Now, Perez holding a good angle, but it's just a great swing. Needed that kill. 90 seconds, 3v4. Certainly still possible from here, but you've lost the Capital, which is not great. You think about clearing out bar stock. You're going to lose a lot of utility there. You don't really have much utility left on the attack. Flash is thrown in. They still need to clear top library and the Mez position for the mirror. Legacy, good slip in through the window. Catches Dash. Nothing that mirror window could do to help out, but they lose Arthur.
Oh, unfortunate, though, that gunfight was lost by Legacy, because that could have turned the tide of the round. In the end, Los are able to fortify that position at the top of Mezzanine. Despite losing that first mirror window, of course, they still had the second one. Interesting setup with the double mirror windows facing 2 different directions. In the end, I wonder if perhaps reinforcing that single wall next to the mirror facing into Mezzanine, the wall of box itself, I wonder if reinforcing that might have created a bit of a safer position. Dash wouldn't have been as vulnerable. But, yeah, interesting setup. A nice attempt. I like the fact that they tried to counter the mirror with the ace, and they actually got a kill off of baiting the defender into shooting the Selmas. But at the end of the day, a round is a round, and you can't afford to lose too many of them on the attacking side on maps like Border and Chalet, as we saw on that first map as well. Crazy to think that in the end, Border ended up being INTZ unable to win a single attack round after 4 attempts. They only won the 3 in the defense half they played. You could say after 5 attempts across the series, Xenox, that INTZ haven't won any attacks as of yet, because, well, that's the case. It's been now 5 rounds in a row. They haven't found a single round on this attacking side. Oh, that's so cheeky. The Electric Claw on top of the Goyo canister means that it can't be shot from below.
Yeah, if you look at a lot of the metrics right now in this series, and this is where it gets quite alarming if you're INTZ, there's nothing in their favor. So in the first half of Board, 3 plants went down from Los. Great. But none from INTZ in the second half. The multi-kills, there's only been 2 of them back on Border, but both of those came from Los. So you look at the opening kills, well, I mean, it was kind of a 5-5 split. They both evened that out. Again, something that INTZ didn't win. There's no category, no statistic that INTZ have actually been successful in. And then the fact that you throw in what is now, what's that, 7 out of the last 8 rounds have gone the way of Lowe's.
Yeah.
Starting with this one here on Chalet, it's concerning. So the good news for them is there's still a lot of Siege still to be played, but clearly they're finding themselves behind the 8 ball, and Lowe's have got the advantage in the series.
This is a bait, the idea with the Thatcher Mav combo. Usually these operators fill the same purpose. It looks like Daffo bites off a little more than he can chew, trying to peek the main breach up on Office, and Legacy's also going to find a pick. Honestly, 2 kills, that could turn the tide of the round. This bomb site down in Dining and Kitchen is quite difficult to
90
defend
seconds
because
remaining.
it's so big. Yeah, I think that there's a big chance here for Los to be toppled on this defense.
Yeah, Nux low as well doesn't help. You get now the pressure from the logic bombs of Angels. And so finally we're seeing INTZ put pressure back onto Los. No longer comfortable on this defense, no longer running around doing what they want. Next skill so crucial. Los need it. Absolutely cannot go.
Timing.
5v2 down, timing with a logic bomb, but Angels gets away. Drop down is successful and could look to now push in through Trophy, put some pressure in through Solar. So they're starting to get surrounded here for Los. Dash with the big kill, but the trade immediately. The power in the numbers for INTZ towards the end of this second round. Finally, the streak comes to an end. Absolutely needed that from INTZ.
That we did. First attack round on the board as well across the whole series. Big opening kills, 2 of them, converting to a round win. And finally that monkey off the back for INTZ. They finally got themselves an attacking round on the board. They're finally here on Chalet. They finally made their debut. But Los, they've got 3 very good bomb sites and 1 maybe playable bomb site to choose from on Chalet. So they can keep on switching things up. Dining didn't work out. That's fine. Haven't tried Master as of yet. Let's go to the top floor. Maybe bring a little bit of some kind of a counter for the shield. We knew that INTZ would probably be bringing a shield with the Blitz band and of course, them getting rid of the Clash themselves. Looks like the Blackbeard tempted for now. And we've got 3 fantastic shield counters here between the Ella, Goyo, and the Echo as well. Latter of which I think is the most deadly, because if you're not aware of those yokai drones, the Blackbeard, or in this case the Monty, as it's been switched onto by Arthur, can be baited into getting far too aggressive. What's more, INTZ have actually picked off of the IQ, so they're not going to have any utility that makes it easier to find these 3 yokai drones.
It's a decent way back when you lose the first map 7-3. What was your map pick? But it just has to start now, and that's a big round win for INTZ. So now it's a follow-up. They have not been able to string together 2 rounds in a row on Bordeaux, and of course haven't really had the chance here on Chalet. But this would be their first chance in the 3rd round now. Can they get 2 rounds together? Well, Dark isn't
baiting him?
Well, I think he's wary of the right side rappel.
No one's covering.
He knows there's a player on the rappel, and he knows there's a left player. Oh, that's just great teamwork. Dark getting the yellow ping. No default left up? How did they get that yellow ping?
It might have been audio. There might have been a player down in Mudroom or something like that. I'm not sure. Dark.
They knew it was there.
I'm not sure, actually. Maybe it was a yokai drone. Dash could have been using them quite aggressively to peek out windows. Yeah, hard to say exactly how that info was gained, but a big opening kill. Much harder now for INTZ to break in. Fighting from a player down, especially because Arthur is going to be vulnerable. Oh, look at this. Player on rappel should be very vulnerable here. There's an air jab he wants to take out.
Oh my goodness. Can he get a pixel?
How do you not know? He's right below you. He's right below you. Oh my god, that is just ludicrous. Somebody stop this man.
Yeah, this is an absolute beatdown in this round. This should be flawless. It deserves to be flawless. It will be flawless. I mean, that is clinical siege from low, start to finish. Every single kill felt so precise, meaningful, tactical. It felt as if they intended to do everything they wanted to do, and they did. There was nothing INTZ could do about it. They were getting toyed with. I mean, it begs the question, though. 3 rounds have now gone by in a bit of a flash. 2-1. We saw the mirror window in the first round. James, you obviously haven't seen it in the next 2 rounds. What do you sort of take away here? Because Los have shown a real arsenal of operators, and when you kind of look at Chalet so far, hasn't been a huge amount of double up. They do get rid of the mirror. The Monty goes away. They only got to use that once from the side of INTZ. I imagine they'll really flex into the Blackbeard moving forward when they want shield play. That will be available. We saw it in the 2nd round on Kitchen Dining. We go bar games. The first time since the opening round, no mirror window. This is now an opportunity for INTZ where without the mirror, bar games is still fine, but it's certainly weakened compared to the open round.
Yeah, absolutely, especially the way that Low set up the 2 mirror windows, particularly the one facing mezzanine. It's very hard to clear that one. One facing from mezzanine, it's a little bit easy to get angles onto, but
it's a whole new lineup for Low, James.
Yeah, well, it's because they're completely changing their strategy. When you don't have the mirror, you don't have Azami, you don't have Clash, you just can't play that mezzanine in quite such a hard way. You can bring a shield on Daffo in this case. I hope he actually puts it down this round. We saw a Denari not place his shield on Border, ended up dying after running away from the spawn peak. But yeah, it looks like it's a much more aggressive, roam-centric hold here for Los. And I think that is a perfect way to deal with this push.
Yeah, that was Dark. Sorry, Dark, but I have to clarify as to who that was back on border. But it's a fun lineup. Now, bar games, I think typically what you'll see is, again, with or without the mirror, the same hold that we saw from Los in the opening round. But I get the sense it's not going to be a default-looking lineup. Obviously, the biggest thing when it comes to bar games is you want to deny that library control. You want to make sure that they can't just walk in through big window in games. So there's always a focus of having bodies close to sight, which is why you typically see a lot of the map control given up. You kind of look at a lot of these positions right now, like Dash is over towards bathroom. And then you've got Perez in wine. So they're really expanding the map for this site more than what you would typically see. 1-for-1 trade to start. And a Dark has gotten the second. He's now 8-1 to start. They lose Daffo. And this is going to be a very quick bar game.
Yeah, there's a lot of gaps, though, because of how spread Los are playing on the defense, which in a way actually baits INTZ into pushing a little bit too much. Now, Angels, his position not known, but he's about to walk dead into a crossfire, and Dash watches for his position. It's another round on the board for Los. And while INTZ have won on this attacking side of Chalet, they're going to need a hell of a lot more than that, and they only have 2 more chances coming up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really, really good round from Los. I love the fact that they just played it a bit differently, and Perez was the big factor on the solos coming from basement up library stairs. INTZ just weren't ready for it. They just had no idea that they were going to get aggression coming from below. They probably expected it horizontally and certainly from above, but not from basement. So he catches them off guard. He gets 2 crucial kills, and Dark as well. You know, just the early portion of the round when the trades are going out. INTZ, of course, found the opening kill onto Nox, and the response was immediate. Lost were just already in the right positions to get those trades, to have bodies close by to those fights. Just nothing really working for INTZ in this first half. Yeah, just winning the single round, which was kitchen dining back in the second, and that was just off the back of some early gunplay. It was, 5v3 kind of pretty early on into the round, so they found 2 early kills, and then that was really it. So they haven't really won any of these close rounds where, we're getting to these 3v3s, for instance. They're not winning those. It's got to be real alarm bells for INTZ, considering you're going to be eliminated from kickoff if you lose this map, and you're 3-1 down. So Los 4 away, and they're just so active on the defense all around the map. And it's similarities to Border's defense as well, where they're just dictating what they want INTZ to do, and INTZ end up just kind of doing it unwillingly.
There's a lot of problem solving to do in these rounds, and that's part of the problem. Oh man, what is that? Unfortunately, neither of those impact EMPs really do anything. He only removes 1 laser for 7 seconds, but Legacy able to find a critical pick onto Daffo. A lot of pressure from Big Window. It's enabling a bit of aggression from INTZ, who've come up from West Main. It's very hard to crack into the bomb site, but Arthur, I don't know how
this is the same as what happened last time. This is this exact same. The first 2 picks, and they're just challenging on both first and second floor. Arthur's going for the plant, but I don't think any of the 3 defenders are set up to actually deny this. Never mind. Nox actually found, he basically just gave his life away to deny that, which I think in the end it's actually going to be really worth it for Los. It's a 3v2, but someone from INTZ has to actually get in and go for the plant now. So technically at 1 point later in this round, it will be 2v2 guns up.
Oh, this
and if they can deny
again,
deniable. That could be the round. Dark just has to find the angle.
Oh,
cannot. SDK gets it down in kitchen. Now it flips massively in the favor of INTZ. Even with that kill onto SDK, Perez caught at the window. Big kill from Legacy. Down to Dark in the 1v2 post plant.
And it is winnable as well, but not with Legacy. It's a 4K from outside of the building. Massive control from Legacy in that round from the double window, and the insistence from INTZ to force that plant down, eventually get some of the round. But man, that was way too close for comfort And that plant eventually going down in the kitchen, that could have been denied by both of the remaining defenders. One, even without being exposed to the double window. I like the ideas there from Los on the retake. They were using the gas to try and keep Legacy off of that main double window upstairs so they could put the pressure on down through the hatch. But they didn't have information that the plant was going down. If they had, they would have peeked down and seen that planter, killed him for free, and pretty much stolen the round again for a second time by denying that plant. But not to be. And now INTZ, as a result, have a chance to tie up the half before we move into the defensive side. This would be huge if they can find a third round of attack.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, I still think a 2-4 half for Los is a really good result. So it's still a very important round for INTZ to get this back to 3-3, even scoreline going into the second half. But what's most critical is they've at least shown the ability to win attacking rounds because they couldn't do it on border. So my one concern, though, is still in that first half on border. It was a little bit like this. It was a bit back and forth. It ended up being that 3-3 half. And then Los just went into the second half and just put the foot down. And you can do that on Chalet attack as well. So it's not going to just be a case of, well, defense is going to be the safe haven for INTZ in the second half. It certainly could be. Air jab from Legacy, expecting, again, more aggression from Los. They're very careful, and that's why we're seeing quite a bit of this Nomad play. Saw a bit of it on border as well. Probably didn't have a lot of effect. Look, it's not must-win, James, but this third attacking round could go a long way for INTZ to get themselves back into the series. And you know, the interesting thing in all of this, we haven't really spoken about it, but Fortress ends up being a bit of a wildcard kind of map. So yeah, for INTZ, it's just the case, it gets a Fortress, and who knows what can happen there.
Yeah, we did see, off the top of my head, I think it was Los played Fortress. No, sorry, it was INTZ. They went 7-8 against Loud. 7-8 against Loud on Fortress. That's the only time we've seen either of these teams play the map in the kickoff. So should we get the bit of a wild card? Yes, for both teams. Los, I think their priority is really to get it done here. They should be favored to do so. It is their map pick after all. They are in the lead right now. And I agree with you. I don't think this round is the be-all, end-all, but it makes a massive difference. If INTZ struggle here, I think that momentum will carry through to their defensive side. It's another big kill.
Oh, wow.
A slew of big kills for Los. Angels desperately needs this, but he loses his fight. STK cannot survive, and it's a flawless end to the half for Los as they guarantee that 4-2 split on their defensive side.
Yeah, and that's the third flawless of the series. So 3 flawlesses, all of them to Los. Again, just adding another category that's gone their way where they're just so dominant. What a half. 4-2, I think, is great for them to go into the attack now, only needing 3 rounds on the attack, 2 at least for overtime. They're in a really solid position now to knock out INTZ from kickoff. And again, Fortress, you spoke about the fact that INTZ have played it. Well, Los haven't banned it. If they haven't banned it once throughout all of group stage and so far as well when it comes to playoffs, they're more than willing to play it. I think anytime a team shows that if they haven't banned a map once, that they're more than willing to actually go there since it technically is being allowed through. So I don't think that for INTZ, this is just a case of get to Fortress and we might have the better of them. And right now, they're a long way from that third map. They need to at least get 4 pretty quick rounds going into this second half. They go defense, which again, on border that they had some solid defensive rounds. I think the best that we've actually seen from INTZ so far in this series was probably their border defense, with a caveat being that the rounds in which Los were super aggressive and got those rush entries through the blitz play, yeah, of course, they got kind of beaten up in those rounds. But when it played, the general play was a bit more defaulty or a bit more conventional, their defense was really, really good. Yeah, so I think that they've got an opportunity in the second half. They'll know that, but the pressure's on. And sometimes you either rise to the pressure or you crumble. And it's going to be curious to see what happens in the second half, whether INTZ actually rise to this pressure, you're facing elimination, you're on defense, Chalet, let's lock down, or they kind of crumble. They allow Los good entries, good map control, opening kills, win the gunfights from the attack. Like, it's going to go one or two ways here, and for INTZ, it has to be rising to the occasion.
We've just had 2 minutes to talk about their defense and what they want to lock in for this side. A lot of bomb sites to choose from on Chalet. All of them play quite differently. There are some similar choke points. I'd say Master Office plays out somewhat similar to Kitchen and Dining. But just to add on to the point that you were forging there during that halftime break, Jake, INTZ, the rounds they did win were very close. The rounds they lost were not very close. I mean, that is just a pretty grim state of affairs moving into the second half of the second map. When you lost the first map without winning a single round on the second half, now you've only won 2 rounds on your attack on Chalet, which is one of the most attacker-sided maps that we have in the competitive pool in Siege. And they've banned out for their defense the Monty and the Dockerby. Leaves a lot of other shields in play. It leaves a hell of a lot of hard breach ability in play. Leaves a lot of power-ups like the Solid Snake, the Deimos, a lot of these real hunting operators available as well. And on the defensive bans, it's the exact same as we saw at the start of the first half with the Azami clash as well. This is where we get to test Los. What are they looking like on their attack? Because, yes, it's a very different map to Border. Yes, attack is very possible on Chalet, but you need to be well coordinated. You need to have the right balance of hard breach, your shield play, a lot of repel angles as well. How do you deal with the roamers? How do you take map space? And INTZ look to be pretty ambitious just based on their operator lineup alone. When you're playing Jaeger, when you're playing Warden, you've got Solus. We've got Jaeger and Wamai. It's not often these days, Jake, that we get to see the double catch operators. And Warden kind of functions a little bit like a catch operator because he counters some projectiles and any kind of flashing utility and smoke utility. Plus, we've got the roaming Solus as well. So you need to have a lot of confidence to play this kind of an active defense for INTZ. As I say that, it's a great opening kill for STK, and Dash goes down.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you need to see more out of from INTZ. You just got to take risks now. You're into that kind of phase of the series where you've got to take some risks, try and bring the aggression. You've got to try and catch Los off guard, and you also need to disrupt their attack. So that's a big play from STK. But they've had a lot of opening kills in the series, and they've, of the two teams, been worse than giving up that opening kill and not converting in the round. So that now it's where for INTZ, you can probably lock down play site. You've got the extra number. SDK's low on health, but he'll just roam around on the Solus, try and get information as he possibly can. Now, Dark's in a good position. Well, here comes the rushing Nux to clear out Mezzanine. Oh, a decent job done, honestly, from Angels. I mean, he's going to go down here, but he bought just enough time, lured in Dark to a bit of a rough spot. Legacy was then able to get the kill. If that had been a bit of a flawless kill onto Angels, I don't know if the round would be where it is right now. So that he did a really good job.
That was a huge play from the defense of INTZ. They managed to forge their crossfire as well. However, Legacy falling makes things awkward for INTZ. Nux has survived despite being very low on HP, but a lot of space has now been taken by Los. 2v3 with this much HP on the Blitz is awkward, but keep in mind, STK is still low HP.
I mean, you just can't lose these rounds. You lose this round as INTZ, you're 2-5 down, and you probably start to hang your head a little bit and think, Jesus, that's not happening, is it? Now, smokes out from Nux. He'll probably go for the half-wall plant towards Nitro. Default. Daffo to cover. Has to shoot the Nitro out. Ah, well, Arthur just hits the headshot. I'm not sure what Daffo was actually doing there, to be honest. It wasn't the greatest of hold. And honestly, and it was a decent position to be in if you're low. So INTZ doing a decent job to cover. Finally able to start to string together some rounds here on Chalet. Make it competitive. 3-4 scoreline. Obviously, it was a 3-3 half back on Border, but Los had brought the momentum at the end of that first half and then just dominated the second half. So for INTZ to actually get around in both halves here on Chalet just really does prove this is not going to be an easy one for Los. INTZ are going to give everything they've got. They go kitchen dining now for the next round. And it all started off the back of that run out from SDK. That's kind of what set the round in motion, brought the aggression early. And again, lively hold from Angels towards the mezzanine where you're getting rushed from that blitz. It's easy to panic. It's easy to go down, easy, but he fights back, got the guard break, delayed a little bit. That allowed time for Legacy to get into a good position to get at least the kill. onto Dark. So some little moments that I think back on Border you just didn't really see a lot of from INTZ. That just shows the sign of life here on Chalet.
Yeah, for sure. And another part of that as well was just the Warden being in play there at the end. That was why Los ended up losing their player covering the diffuser. He just smoked up the rotate hole between sides. He smoked up the piano angle, and then he was un-ADS because he didn't think he had to challenge the smokes, obviously. And then he just died to a Warden spraying through the smoke. There's no way that you win that fight if you're the attacker, but they perhaps just needed to forego the smokes had they known that a Warden was in play. So just got to be careful about little details like that. But as you said, there would have been pretty much curtains if INTZ had lost a round like that, just with how many rounds similar they have lost so far. So it's a good thing they finally got it across the line. And now just one round trailing behind Los as they go to Dining and Kitchen. SDK still so confident and aggressive on this Solus, keen to try and find runouts from the basement, but hasn't found anything as of yet.
A double blitz to start the second half does leave it vulnerable to a potential ban from INTZ. They've already banned away the Monty, and they don't have access to the Clash. So you got to make the most of it now if you are Los. And try and get the rounds on the board while you can. You know, one down, unsuccessful. Two more opportunities while having access to the splits, which I imagine will get banned out. And double Nitrocell for Arthur and Legacy, so they do have the capabilities of dealing with this. And Kitchen Dining, the way it was played in the first half from INTZ on the attack, was they liked that split pressure. It's not just a top floor focus, it's not just a first floor focus, a little bit of both. Heavy angle here for SDK. Dark is not ready for it at all. Wow, how is he not dead? And look at Dark's reaction there in the camera as well. He's just like, how is he just standing there and he's not being pinged out, but just a foot inside and he's more than fine.
Even hit one bullet through the wall, did STK at the end there. That was perfect teamwork from INTZ. The fact that STK calls over Arthur and says, look, there's a guy outside. He's really lit. I've tagged him very heavily. Just go peek the West Main window. They've confirmed that kill onto the top fragger of Los.
Yeah, at least Dark got some damage into Arthur. He also somehow got some damage into SDK off a very quick reaction. Oh, wow, this is much better from INTZ. Yeah, this is what we probably wanted to see more of them on Border. Didn't quite get to see it. Flawless, their first one of the series. And just kind of says back to Los, this is not going to be an easy day on Chalet. This series is not going to be over and done with in a flash. 2 rounds in a row for INTZ. So a couple of things. It's the first time they've now been able to win back-to-back rounds in the series, which is pretty insane considering we're more than halfway through the second map. That's the first time they've been able to do that. And
crazy
add on to the fact it's their first flawless as well. So what that says to me is it's only 2 rounds, but is the tide shifting just a little bit? If it's not shifted into their favor, it's certainly shifted to this equilibrium where it's like, well, there's not really a difference now. It's game on, 4-4. Anyone's match from here on Chalet. 3 rounds away for each. And we're starting to see the reason for the success from INTZ is they're showing aggression on defense. We're seeing these runouts. We're seeing these open peaks. They're really taking it to Los. Los have just got to now kind of say, okay, let's worry a little bit less about trying to get into the building and take map control early on, especially if it's bar games. You don't really need to rush it. You know, do your usual default focus, library, balcony positions, play into that kind of game. Because INTZ now are the ones that are trying to catch us off guard, try and catch us on the front foot. Let's just slow things down a little bit. Can we go to STK and say, hey, come for a run out, come for a peek out, we'll be ready for you, and then that's an opening death.
The big thing that's changed for INTZ is just how aggressive that they are being on this defensive side, and I love it. It's exactly what we need. The players are starting to feel like they're landing all their shots. They're coordinated in that aggression on the defensive side. They've got a lot of information. The Solus, now the Pulse as well. They're coordinated, it's calculated, and it is in Los's face. So I like it. STK going to be aggressive outside of Trophy again. Keep in mind, STK can also see where the Blitz is using his Solus electronics detector because that Blitz shield does emit some kind of electronic signal that is detectable. So you can always call the push about where Nux is going to come from. For now, though, Los forming up around Library, trying to clear this dark position in the very corner. And hopefully, if he does try and retreat down that hatch, there's a player to cut him off. But at the moment, there isn't anyone repelling on that double window of Library. So he is a little bit safer. I like this, though, from Dark. Very aggressive. Stripping down one of the key layers of defense on the bomb side. And now Raps has gone down on the pulse. INTZ are very exposed. What is going on, though, for Daffo? Caught in a very odd spot, and Legacy is able to take him down. Big opportunity now for Dark as he tries to make his way in the site. Straight to a crossfire, still finds a kill on STK. What is going on? Legacy obliterated. It's a 1v1.
Arthur has to push out. He has to push out.
Perez is on the floor.
Well, I mean, he should, because his teammate should have conned that he's in mud. And that's why he's got the gas babe immediately in there, wants to try and go for the swing. Perez can't get picked up right now because Arthur pushed out a bar stock, got aggressive. He's tossed, though. He's not exactly sure entirely as to maybe how or where. And he's got the gas babes left, and it's going to now provide the opportunity. Never mind. Arthur's played that perfectly. I think way too much focus there on trying to get the revive. You could have easily just won the 1v1. Now, that's a huge round win when it comes to the side of INTZ, and it's now 3 straight, and they've got the momentum going into this ban phase as well. They can certainly just take this blitz off the board. You can, as you said, with the Solus, counter it in some ways in terms of knowing where it is, but I'd just get rid of it. Clearly, Los have got to focus on using it here on Chalet. You've already banned the Monty, and it's going to mean the next few rounds for Los will be far more difficult.
Get rid of the Solus, surely.
And they don't ban it.
It's actually
and they've lost the Solus.
Yeah. Okay. And Los immediately going to take the tactical timeout as well now that they know what bans have come through. They know they still have the blitz in. The Twitch ban is a curious one for me, Jake. I really hadn't seen that coming. I look at the operators that the defense has been playing that get countered by the Twitch. Well, Mira is banned.
Oh, they're going to play the Mirror. They're going to play the Mirror.
Sorry, no, the Mirror is not banned yet. So, I mean, I'm looking at the operators. It's like Jaeger, Ella, Wamai, Kaid. Yeah, nothing that really gets like that you worry about the Twitch massively. You play the Mirror, ban the Twitch. That's fine. I mean, just play Ash, play Carly. There's a million other counters.
But I do wonder if it'll be a philosophy change based on this Twitch ban, the loss of the Solus. Do they start playing Mirror and Trap Utility?
Maybe.
Well, it's certainly Trap Utility.
It's for the Goyo. That's why you have the Twitch. I was thinking like there's not really much reason to do it for the Mirror because Mirror has other counters anyway, and they're bringing.
Well, it's like what you're saying in terms of
your mirrors.
In terms of what they were playing, it wasn't, as you said, like the Twitch was a big factor. But now ban the Twitch, you can start to play a couple more of these operators. The Goyo, you can play the Mirror.
Well, all 5 of these ops get countered by Twitch.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing.
That Goyo, though, that's the main one.
So when they played the Wamai and Jaeger combo in that first round, the Twitch was brought by Los. And we saw the Twitch in the previous round as well, even if it probably wasn't as needed. So clearly the Twitch ban is a good ban from INTZ. And so they're kind of saying you can have your blitz if you want, but we don't think you're going to want to play the blitz anyway into what we're going to bring. So we're not fussed about the blitz. We'll get rid of the Twitch.
Yeah, you know what counters the Goyo and the Thorn and the Ella, all of these trap operators really well? It's grenades. And just look at the number of grenades brought by Los. Every single operator has brought grenades to the table. And of course, Solid Snake only brings one to start with, but after he uses it, he can go and scavenge extra grenades off of any dead body that he wants. So I think this is a really good adaptation from Los. I'm not sure whether they spotted the Thorn and the Goyo, but they have so much util to flood this.
Oh, STK has been aggressive this half when he wants to do so again towards main entrance. And again, yeah, you bring those grenades, but that's a lot of focus from the attack, more about what the utility is being brought from the defense. Means that for INTZ, place utility, gun up, they're going to be more worried about throwing grenades. So they're in control right now. I think they honestly probably won the ban phase, which is where they actually lost it in the second half on Border. And they're starting to string together rounds. They've got momentum. And so Fortress is shaping up. But Perez finds an opening kill. Needed that if you're Los just to start the round, and just to try and swing that momentum back into your favor.
Dark is surely going to find this kill. They know exactly where he is. Wow, SDK finds a kill regardless, trading himself out with the Thorn Trap. Shows the value of those traps. Legacy now in a bit of an awkward spot. He's not likely to get back to site safely with that window opened up. But the entire remaining team of INTZ is looking to get very aggressive around display. All three of these players looking to try and find kills. Nux going down, but traded back by Dark. Massive kill for Los. The Blackbeard has been taken down.
What's the tip of his hat showing on the right side of the stairs? That's Dark is having a great game. 13-6. He needs a little bit of help, and he may get it from Dash and Dafo. Under a minute left. This has been a good round for Los. They've just been a little bit more active on the attack. All right, so ENTZ now are forced into having to now make the question here for Arthur and Raps. Do we just hold, wait, play together, or do we go searching? We probably don't want to go searching now. There's only 40 seconds. You're down a player. This is the wait game. And see if Los make a mistake when they enter in towards the site. Man, a bedroom and office, not always easy to push into. They've still got a bit of Mez control, and then Raps is playing in sight. 30 seconds for Los to think their way through this with the player advantage. Lose this round. It's a decent way back. They've got to close it out.
He's going to pick that window, is he? Arthur, I think he was aggressive, and yeah, he gets spotted. Tried to make an aggressive play, didn't work out. Los confirm the round and tie the scoreline once again, 5 rounds apiece. Wow, there was so much mind games going on in that operator veto, but I really like the way that Los came out ahead of it after their tactical timeout. They figured out exactly the way they wanted to play it, and they did it to perfection. And you tell you what, you mentioned it, but Dark is having an insane game. The Solid Snake only just making an appearance this deep into the match, and he is phenomenal on it. It's such a good operator as well to hunt down these loose roamers from Los, which they have shown across this second half that is the playstyle they want to have. With the Deimos and the Snake, you hard counter that playstyle from Los.
Yeah, we saw it twice in the first half from Angels, but basically no effect. It was almost as if it didn't really get played. And what didn't help him in that regard was the lineups being brought in that round, where they brought shields, they brought slow kind of operators, your nomads, your glads. There was no one else really to help out. I think when you bring the Solid Snake, his partner in crime is the Deimos. They just help each other so much. Dockerby as well is another good one. You almost want to double down on that rather than have the Solid Snake just be the lone operator in terms of entry and moving through the map and getting information. You want to just really double down into that playstyle. That's his bread and butter, and that's his strength, because he's got other operators that can play off of the information you gain from the radar. It's been a really good map. Chalet, and yeah, throw in the line, those kind of operators. It's been a really solid map. And I don't know if it's because we don't always get to see SAL up close, and it's usually just at the international events, James, but you can really see the mind game battles, and you can really see both teams adapting and trying different strategies and trying to play in different play styles. Their strengths and weaknesses feel like they're just fully on display at all times. Dare I say, when you kind of go back to APL, you're left maybe scratching your head at times to a lot of things in comparison.
Yeah, I think definitely historically Brazil, South America as a region has always been regarded as these guys are really aggressive, but people don't really give enough credit to just how tactical these teams are. It was, of course, Brazil that pioneered the more aggressive but still tactical meta, split theory.
Skill aggression.
When that was popular, yeah, of course, it is. And so even these two, mid to low pack teams, we're talking about elimination game, first team to be eliminated from the playoffs here in SAL, and they are playing some really bloody smart Siege. And the constant back and forth mind games counting each other. Even minor details there. Raps brings out the shotgun to open up a hole so that he can impact trick the wall and keep himself safe. Another just deep layer of strategy on the fly here from these teams.
It's a very slow round. There's only 1:18 left. It feels like it's come and gone in a flash. Nitro from Arthur got the opening pick and onto Dark and onto the Glass. That's a huge kill, even though Angels has gone down. INTZ in the better position, heading into the final minute. And Legacy then doubles down with the kill onto Dash. Los haven't really got much to go their way. They finally got bedroom control, trying to clear the top floor to play top down. But Raps then got another one. Then onto Legacy as INTZ now have got themselves, you would imagine, map point on the cards as Nux Well, he's 1-7. I don't think he's going to go and pick up the next 3 to 4 kills.
Yeah, wow. Such a good fortification on that top floor. Arthur, aggressive. He was just hiding in trophy the whole time. Up and away we go. It is map point now here on Chalet for INTZ. And man, they have really shot above in this second half. They've already won 4 rounds on this defensive side. Now gunning for a 5th, and it looks very possible. Los had 1 good attack round, but that's all they found in this second half. It has been a serious drought. 1 last chance to push overtime. Otherwise, we go to Fortress.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It would be deserved. Now for INTZ to close this map out, send us to Fortress, and then fight for their tournament life on that map, which, as I said, they've played it. Los haven't, but Los haven't banned it. So I don't think they'll go into Fortress feeling scared or worried. If anything, they'll probably be excited to finally test it out here for SAL Kickoff. Now, Legacy's been great, but even though he's 13-7, I think where the real strength for INTZ has actually been just their teamwork. They seem like they're playing off each other. You know, a good example was that STK holdout where he got the play alone, and I think it was Dark, and then Arthur swung West Main, got the kill. So good teamwork. That's the kind of stuff we're seeing from INTZ. They look far more in control. They're winning the multi-kill battle. They've got the one and only clutch. They've got the one and only plant as well, by the way. Los in this half have not gotten a single plant down. You think about Border in the first half, out of the 6 rounds, they got it at a 50% rate, 3 out of 6. And they haven't done it once here on Chalet. So a lot of the statistics back on Border that Los were dominant or winning have either equaled up or INTZ are now winning.
Oh, wow. No info on that entry. Deimos comes out and scans for the Mozzie. STK runs away. Man, STK might not be fragging like crazy, 7-7. It's not like he's massively positive like Legacy or Dark, but he has had such a big impact in this game by constantly giving aggression to Los and forcing them to check themselves. So I really like that, even though he only gets a bit of damage on. It's well played. He falls back. The perceived pressure of him surviving and continuing to peek everyone else elsewhere is far more valuable. I'll tell you what now, it took them, 6 rounds, but finally we see the mirror picked here by INTZ. And Los have no clear and direct counters to it.
They've slowed it down, Los, and it's funny because I think it's simply because it's map point and they don't want to make mistakes. Dark is going to go on the roam. They want to hunt STK. They probably are going to put all their eggs in the basket. If we can get the STK kill, he's just slipped up the timing up fireplace stairs. But he's going to catch him again, still there. Angels towards top library. They got good positions, and Dark wins that battle. Now, that's critical. You get that opening pick, but most importantly, you get the one player on the defense who's roaming around. And so you've got the extra play. You can start to flood sight. Dark then catches Arthur, who went for the trade, knowing where Dark was, and dashed them with the headshot onto Angels. Gives Los a huge advantage. Only Raps is left in a 1v3. But there is no but. It's overtime.
Wow, what a way to send us into OT for Los. INTZ had everything going for them. The roamer of STK eventually hunted down. Credit to the Deimos. That was a massive play from Dark down below. He's put the team on his back. He is exceedingly top fragging in the server. But the rest of the team also sprung into action, and Los now have forced the INTZ timeout. I thought it was going to be so hard to clear that mirror setup on the top floor with no direct counters. We're talking about no Ash, no Kali, nothing to clearly break the mirrors, not even a hard breacher that's going to be able to remotely breach one of those mirror windows like an Ace or a Hibana. No, but they instead found the numbers advantage elsewhere and then collapsed on the mirror position by overwhelming them with crossfires and a number of players coming at them from different directions. Now, into overtime, we've had 2 very dominant halves in favor of the defense, and now into OT, INTZ are again back on that defensive side. They go straight back to it. But the problem is, in the last 3 rounds, Jake, they've lost 2 out of their 3 defenses. INTZ are coming back, or Los rather, are coming back.
I mean, I don't think they've gone away too much anyway. There was that 3-round win streak for INTZ. Outside of that encapsulated 3 rounds, it's been hotly contested. It's been pretty much back and forth. There was just that one little breakaway moment from INTZ, which was probably not too dissimilar to the 3 out of 4 rounds that we saw from Los in the first half. So they've kind of both, again, traded blows, which is identical to what we saw in the first half of Border. When you kind of look at the 2 maps, James, the one big differential really was just that 4-round win streak in the second half of Border, where Los just kind of blew the game open, won the map from there. Outside of those 4 rounds, yeah, it's been really, really close. Again, I think with INTZ being on double defense, they're in a good position. They showed really good defensive fortification in the first couple of rounds of that second half.
Yeah,
and
but not in the last 3 they haven't. That's the problem.
Well, not the last 3. Not the last 3. But I think that it's still like the Twitch ban for them. The loss of the Solus doesn't help. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a flex onto a blitz at some point from Los. Well, not this round, obviously, but maybe if it goes to the 15th round, they might go for a blitz play, try and catch INTZ off guard. It's been a really fun map of Chalet.
Yeah, I agree. This has been a very refreshing map of Chalet. I feel like often we see the same maps. I mean, you and I have been casting a lot of Kickoff between all the different regions we've been working, right? Sometimes the game gets a bit stale. This has been a very refreshing game. We're seeing a lot of exciting stuff, even round to round, seeing different things. For example, this round, first time INTZ are bringing the castle to the table. Oh, sorry, second time. They have brought this on this same bomb site before. But on the low side, I mean, they're bringing back the Glaz again. They brought the Thermite. They got the Thatcher. Clearly going to look for something a little bit more direct than what we've seen from them previously. But at the same time, Deimos is going to be present, and Dark is going to have a license to go and cause havoc.
I think what Los have done a good job of is they've started to adapt similar to what they did on Border to what's actually happening. That was their strength on Border. And I think they kind of stopped adapting a little bit on Chalet. And then just in the last couple of rounds of the second half, they slowed the tempo down. Like, look at it again, the time, 90 seconds. And this is forcing INTZ into this sort of strategic thinking as to how do we want to play this? If we sit back, we give space. If we get aggressive, they're waiting. It's just it's like a game of chess right now.
Like they used to do that.
And you know all about chess.
I'm a bit of a theme myself. Legacy is in such a hot seat right now. His external wall's just been breached. There are 3 players staring at his position, and he wants to at least take 1 or 2 bodies with him. I believe Perez has now breached not just the wall of office, but also the wall into the bomb site down below, which really opens the gates for an execute onto the site. However, the Glaz of Nux going down is going to be a massive cost here for Los.
Yeah, and that could be round defining. Dark needs to go big, and he gets the headshot onto Arthur. 17-7 now for Dark inside of Dining, and Perez can follow suit. Dashes over towards Mezzanine. He can drop down and quickly go for the plant, but you don't want to rush that kind of thinking because you do still want to clear out top floor, which is where the 3 remaining defenders are located. You need to still put some pressure on this top floor. You can't just think we can find a safe spot to plant, but you've only got 20 seconds.
Very aggressive opportunity now for INTZ to get active. STK has been revealed up above. He doesn't know where the plant's going down. He's doing his best, but no, the smoke bait prevents him from knowing where that plant's going down. Wraps in the 1v4. Up on that top floor, has to try and retake, but Daffo finds him. Los, a second attack round in a row, and match point, series point, is in their hands.
I mean, we haven't seen, I think, smoke baits like that for a while. I mean, that is a really good play. It denies a little bit of any kind of horizontal retake, denies a little bit of the sightline, but most importantly, you can see the spray down where he's just thinking, well, it's a smoke plant, 15 seconds left in the round. Makes sense. How often do you see that? Especially on kitchen dining when you haven't got any top floor control as the attacking team. Naturally, what you see is smoke go down, plant inside of smoke because there's not really any kind of cover from the vert above, but doesn't opt to do that, throws the smoke out, which I think was Perez who threw those out, and then it just takes the attention of INTZ away immediately to think, well, they're planting inside of the smoke. it's a really good round from Los, but it comes off the back of Dark. I don't even know how he found that kill onto Arthur and then slips into Dining. He's been the MVP. There's no debate about that. And they lost Nux on the Glaz, which that's what they wanted the smokes for probably originally. Clear out top floor, lay with smoke, get the Glaz to clear them out. Doesn't work. He dies early. They pivot. They make the adjustment and they adapt in the round. Dark is the big reason for it, and he opened up a new pathway. Now they go defense, and INTZ are facing elimination from Kickoff.
Yeah, wow. Elimination on the line for INTZ. 2 match points for Los. 2 kills away from a 20 bomb for Dark as well, and it would be deserved. He has been phenomenal, especially on that Deimos. I mean, he was really required to step up to another level in these last couple of attacking rounds. Now he's back onto the defensive side. INTZ really struggled on this attack. They were slow. They only got 2 attack rounds successfully, both attacking kitchen dining, and well, they're not going to have the luxury of going to that bomb site this time around. It's Master Office defense for Los. This was completely locked up. Both times they defended it were actually flawless defensive wins. Doesn't spell a good tale here for INTZ.
No, it doesn't, but they tried the Solid Snake both times. And so this time they're going to ditch it. They're going to try something different, which is at least good. Oh, what a shot from Angels. And onto Perez, who's been playing well. Dash will ball as well. Change up in strategy and mindset here for INTZ, facing elimination, and they open up the round with 2 critical kills. SDK does lose his life on the Twitch to Daffo, holding over towards Office, and just keeps the attack at bay momentarily. Do still have Dark alive. He also has the Nitro and is playing the Warden. He's the one to watch in this round going into the final 90 seconds.
See how worried INTZ are about those aggressive roams down below, but we know for sure that every single player from Los here is on side.
He used that Nitro for a run out, by the way. He went outside the building through the Nitro, didn't catch anything, maybe thought someone was on rappel. I'm not too sure. We didn't get to see it, but Dark has used that Nitro.
Not a lot of hard positions to hold here for Los. I can see why Dark feels anxious that he needs to make a peak happen. Thing is, there's actually no hard breach on the board here for INTZ, so it'll be very hard for them to get into the bomb site. They do have a nade and a couple of flashes, as well as a lot of YouTube.
Oh, no, Arthur.
But no, Arthur goes down. Ran out on by Daffo. Legacy is the last one standing. Dark will not get his 20 bomb today, unless if Legacy clutches up to try and survive in the bracket for INTZ. Nux, do not give up your life now. Daffo holds it, and with the TCSG, puts the game to bed. Los get it done in the second map and eliminate INTZ from Kickoff.
Wow. Oh, what a round to close it out on, and what a map. A great series for Los. I mean, well deserved. It's hard to say they don't deserve the series win, but you do have to feel for INTZ on the map itself of Chalet. It felt like it was theirs for the taking, James, and they've just kind of let it slip at the last second. They were looking so dominant, but credit to Los for, again, I think having the ability to adapt, change the way they wanted to play, pacing-wise, and a bunch of different other factors. They absolutely deserve the series win, and to stay alive in Kickoff for INTZ, well, they'll have to wait for stage 1.
Yeah, bit of a gutting loss after having that map point, being on the verge of sending to Fortress, but not to be. We'll break that all down for you with the desk. Milosh, Fox, what do you think of that one?
Well, at some point, we were having a lot of questions there, my friend, but I guess they were answered. A big victory here for Loss that had us on the edge going into overtime, Fox, but they brought it back. Kudos to INTZ. They did not roll over going into map 2. They definitely gave it their all to try to get it back, really, but that's where their road, I guess, here in Kickoff stops, and Los will get to advance off the back of a very energetic game that they had today.
I think you could see a direct understanding for Los once they started to respect INTZ in this series. I think that was the biggest turning point for them, as they realized, okay, well, INTZ is playing very good. They're understanding where we're coming from. They're shutting down the individual lurks, the individual roams, and INTZ did great. I mean, they brought it all the way to a match point, but pressure, especially for teams like INTZ, you know, it can be a boiling point. It can cause you to crumble. But I do think that Los themselves started playing a lot more team-oriented, a lot more together. They were really isolating each individual person from INTZ. They were using that man advantage, and you could see that they were ramping up individually. The confidence that they had in map 1 now was a team confidence that they had, and they were playing very, very well, especially with having huge players to just show up when need be. I mean, Dark had an amazing series himself, and so for that being said, I think Los, once they realized, like, hey, like, let's try to make sure that we don't lose this, let's play together, that's when we saw them just run away with it in overtime.
Yep. There were a few of those moments, including the one you see in front of you here from STK and the run out. There were multiple rounds where you're thinking, oh, INTZ really can bring this one and really hold on to the map. But at the end of the day, that slip up in overtime really was just going down to basically the 1v2, the TCSG on the other side. Like, incredible. There's a moment here, like from Dark, a couple kills just back to back. A bit of a miss. I say we were both talking about the round where you have one player in DBNO, there's smoke against you, the canister is being deployed in the little cubby there, and you're prioritizing picking up your teammate. You could have used them as bait. I think that's one of the only times where I'm like, okay, this is a moment that baiting is okay as a player to win out the round, but did not work out for Lost. Maybe you would have been able to close it out earlier. Regardless, they do. They advance. Big players, though, in this, and a big player has to be Perez in this map, but Darky's also putting up all the numbers that are needed. Kills department-wise. That was a collection fest for him.
Yeah, everybody on the team from Los really stepping up individually just to be able to get their kills here and there. But I really want to stress that once they got to overtime specifically, I mean, those last few rounds when they were making that comeback, you could really see a skill gap between the Los that we were watching on Border to the Los towards the end of Chalet, just because of the way that they were just getting kill after kill and not losing anybody back. And some of those rounds were being closed out with 4 members from Los alive. They were doing a great job at preventing trades from INTZ. And it just looked like they were playing a lot more disciplined. They still had the same amount of aggressiveness, but they knew once they got it, let's reel it in, use that man advantage. And I think that was the strength from Los. And that's the kind of Los that would give you hope going into the rest of this lower bracket, that they could perform, they could right their wrongs, beat an NIP, beat a team like Liquid or Furia. And I think if they just go into it with their same focus of discipline, they should be okay.
Should be okay. It is a tall order, I gotta say. It seems like, looking at Liquid, the loss against NIP that they had yesterday, with how Furia, Fluxo have been playing also, like, it is not going to be an easy road. But I don't think you play competitively, especially not in SAL, expecting to have an easy road at any point in time. Any team that you play up against is one that can hit at least the top 4 worldwide at events. You're expected to play your best. That's why you only get 4 teams that get to qualify. You made it already deep enough into the bracket. How deep does this run go? We'll have to see with Los and their completely reformed roster, as we talked about over the past 2.5 weeks here in Kickoff. A lot of questions that we look to answer, but if anything, Kickoff is a great tester of all of those skills. Overall, great plays. Did you find out that, did you see that INTZ really swapped out their game plan? Because we're talking about what they need to do to move on from Border and into Chalet. Do you think they were able to adapt in that sense? What are some small things they can work on from your professional experience, Fox, now that their run and Kickoff is done?
I mean, they definitely did learn. They started bringing the Dokkaebi a lot more on their attacks to be able to limit Los. I mean, the run that they were going on to bring it all the way to match point, they were running the Blackbeard, the shields, the Dokkaebi, information operators. Their droning was a lot less sloppy, and they did a great job. And I mean, if you look at the opening kills, they were dominating them for the most part. I mean, besides Raps, who had a very unfortunate series on Chalet specifically, they were doing a great job. It looked like the start of Chalet was all theirs to be able to win, but we've seen it. We've seen teams that don't make it this far necessarily. They get to match point, and it's almost like a kryptonite. The pressure sits inside of your head to, instead of playing to win, they're playing not to lose. And I think that's where we saw the loss start to happen. I mean, they just were losing opening kill. The trades weren't there. It seemed like the fear started to arise, especially once they hit that match point. That's the kind of pressure. I think that's a mental aspect of the game that you need to be able to just break through. And that's something that you can only break through with time and having the experiences to be in situations like these, to make it to a potential bracket, to make it to a major, and to lose it, to be able to understand that it was very easy. A lot of those rounds, it wasn't just one little thing going wrong here or there. It was team losses that allowed Los to be able to come back into it. I mean, losing a round where Los has 4 or 5 people alive, that is not just one little mistake. That is everyone individually losing a gunfight or not focusing on which gunfight to be able to trade, to focus on your teammates. That's just an aspect of they're so close to winning that it affects them mentally, and they lose it that way. So I think going forward, it's a mental battle of being able to use this experience as I learned from my mistakes, and hopefully next time put in this position, we don't abandon the fundamentals. We focus on making sure that we're trading out, and that's the best way to put yourself in a winning position.
Some would say they had the fear of the dark. Dark, in this case, MVP of the series. You have a constant fear that something's always near. Well, you know what is also near, for those who might not have caught the reference, that's one of my favorite bands I know are Brazilians out there would have absolutely understood where we're going with here. We have our interview, and it's Perez coming up next. Let's bring him up and have a little chat. Perez, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on a huge victory. Now, before we talk about today and in the future, I want to ask you, what do you feel happened in the match against NIP a couple days ago that you could learn from and adapt for today?
Hey guys, it's been a while, so it's nice to be back here. Against NIP, I think we didn't play like we used to play, especially on Bank. Border, it was a game that they played better. I don't think it was us that were playing like bad, but in Bank we played really bad. We didn't follow what we talked before, what was your plans. So the game went completely in a different way that we planned.
How do you feel you were able to fix that up for today?
I mean, it's more about conversation that we had about what we should do, that we should sometimes stick to the plan, or sometimes just play more aggressive. We were like playing sometimes too slow or not going for a gunfight that they don't expect. So without this conversation, I think we played way better today.
Yeah, you guys sure did. I wanted to specifically ask on Chalet, once INTZ got to match point, was there anything that was specifically said that made you guys start playing a lot tighter together, focusing on the trades to start that comeback?
To be honest, I don't really remember the round of the match point, but we started to play like some, I don't know how you guys say on NA and Mena, but we say like split. So each guy played on some part of the map. We were taking a lot of picks, a lot of things. So we thought, okay, guys, we are dying. We are not playing like we should. So let's play more together, do some things together. With their case, playing like YOLO solo. So we did that and it went completely well.
Yeah, it sure did. My next question would be, obviously, we touched on how you guys lost to NIP. You guys are in the lower bracket. We've seen teams win throughout the lower bracket, so it's not impossible. But obviously, the teams that you're going to play against are a lot higher of a caliber than INTZ. What were the main takeaways that you wanted to practice today so that it's good, solid, so that when you play one of the harder teams, you guys can make sure that you have the best opportunity to win those games?
The most important lesson that we had today is that we need to play our game. We don't need to play their game. We need to show what we are capable, what we can do. Do our plays, play aggressive, not like just react from what they are doing. And for me, this is the main lesson of today.
Very good. It's a very good thing to think about. Focus up on yourself and see how well things will go. Thank you very much, Perez. I know, like you said, it's been a while, but it's good to have you on here. Congratulations on a big win. You advance on through the lower bracket. Can't wait to see you this weekend. Any encouraging words you want to give to yourself, your team, and to the Lost fans out there?
Thank you, guys. Thank you for supporting us. We started a little bit slow and against NIP too, but I know we are going to find our path. It's going to be a lot better.
Thank you very much, Penis. We'll let you go rest up and see you later. Here we are and back again all together, Fox, just you and me for now, because that was only a kind of little taste of what is to come today. We can play up the schedule for today, the graphic, because you just saw game number 1. That was INTZ versus Loss. We unfortunately have to say goodbye to INTZ in our kickoff bracket. Loss advance, we'll get to see which really tough opponent they'll be facing off against, but one that they may clash in if they can, or clash against if they continue their run in the lower bracket, would be one of these two, FaZe Clan and Black Dragons. Two teams, of course. FaZe, no need for an introduction. Black Dragons have been all over the map in 2025 and early 2026. I'm very excited for this next matchup to kick things off, Fox, because it's going to be tough regardless, and FaZe are backed against the wall, and I don't think anybody likes to play them that way.
Yeah, Milos, we're tired of just a taste. We want the whole thing, and FaZe is going to give it to us. I mean, they are the team to beat at the end of the day. They're usually the best team in the SAL region, so we're excited. And now they have a little bit of fire lit under them because they lost their first matchup. They're in the lower bracket. That's not a standard that FaZe is going to be happy with. The back-to-back invitational winners want to make sure that they make it to the Salt Lake City Major. And they want to make sure that they don't lose, especially to a team like Black Dragons. So I'm excited to see what comes from it. It's really an underdog story for Black Dragons, if anything.
Well, I'm telling you, FaZe Clan are not used to losing much in general for very good reasons, but we'll talk about all of that and more after the break. See you then.
Até o Ibis? O Ibis?
Ah, o Ibis é fácil, pô.
Pior time do mundo?
O Ibis é 6.
Nossa, eu tenho uma. Precisa estar em atividade?
Nossa, que chato falar isso, né, velho?
9Z. Acho que é a Verducha.
Se for botar BD.
Antiga INTZ. Nossa, que time ruim de desgraça, velho.
É a BD, eu acho.
Eles são ruins, não sei.
Muita tradição, time pequeno.
Verdade, antiga Flux também, mano. Os caras tá. Pô, mas os dois são muito ruins, é difícil, velho.
Os próprios jogadores lá do time falam, a gente tá na BD, pá, já menospreza o bagulho. Quem é de fora não vai falar muita coisa diferente disso, não, pô.
Mas sempre é bem lembrado pelo nome.
A Flux e a INTZ, os caras conseguiram competir na antiga Flux, tá? Que agora não tem quem respeita essa tag.
Edilson Capetinha, mano.
Edilson Capetinha?
Nossa. Coloca uns caras que não é da minha idade também, né? É foda, velho.
Edilson Capetinha, pô.
Acho que o Edilson Capetinha das 6
é o Erdina.
Eu não sei.
Mano, tem a menor ideia, velho.
Bom jogador?
É o alemão.
Tá sempre aí jogando farpinha pros outros.
Tá só nas polêmicas agora? Kamikaze R6. O JV, né?
O JB92.
Aposentou só nas polêmicas, nas baladas aí. Iria pro BBB, seria expulso.
Ah, porque o cara gosta de provocar, é polêmico, mas ainda assim joga muito.
Fala muita bosta, já teve seu auge, mas hoje não é ninguém.
Vai, porra! É altinha!
Valendo.
Ai, quase, viado.
Ai. O nosso desempenho foi meio pífio, né? Vamos ver. No futebol não tá dando, mas no CIS é diferente.
É com as pernas que tá difícil mesmo. Mas, pô, muito tempo sem jogar, né? E meio cansativo pra gente e tal. Acontece.
O Messi? O Messi?
Melhor de todos.
Ainda em atividade.
Pergunta difícil, tá?
Mano, difícil, mano.
O Messi, mano, não tem ninguém que é... Dá pra dizer que é o cabeçudo, né?
Pô, bota o Palu aí, vai. O Lionel Messi. Foi 2 vezes melhor do mundo aí.
Acho que Cyberzeira.
Que Cyber.
Esse seria o Cyber, né?
É, vou aí com o cibernético.
O mestre da R6 sou eu, pô. Tamo junto.
Porque back to back aí, pai.
Hoje em dia, bagaçando aí.
Ganhou 2 em seguida aí, não tem muito o que falar, né?
Campeão mundial 2 vezes seguidas. Brabo.
O homem.
Hulk da R6.
Hulk da R6 é o Guilherme Gohan.
Bombadão da R6.
Pra não falar a resposta fácil, eu falo o Crime.
Deixa ficar o Palu, mano. Dias Lucas, pô.
Pelo físico, né? E tudo mais.
Gohan é o Hulk da R6 aí.
Fortão, grandão.
O cara tá gigante, filho. Ele tá jogando mais ainda, mas tá gigante.
Romário da R6.
Fala muito, mas resolve.
O Erds 2023.
Pode ser o Erds.
2023 ele resolvia e falava muito. Hoje em dia não.
O JV. O Fabian. Fala muito, mas em alguns momentos ele resolve. Porque é baladeiro, pá, mas resolve.
Fala bastante aí no Twitter, mas ele resolve também, né?
No off ali, alusão, Romário. Mas a barriga não deixa, né?
Não sei, não tem ninguém que fala muito e resolve. Bota o loiro aí, vai. Não sei se resolve muita coisa, mas fala muito.
Ué, viado. Ah, mas que isso, cara? Mas que... Guys, que é isso?
Pô, mas é que você tá jogando...
Ah, mas bate no peito e não bate aqui, pô. Ah, mano. Os caras não sabem o que é altinha, pô. Os caras não sabem chutar aqui a bola, pô.
Tem pé de foice aqui, mano. O nosso bagulho é... teclado. É por isso que é back-to-back, pô.
A culpa foi de alguém? Ou...
Cara, eu acho que é mais o time que é muito ruim mesmo.
A gente não sabe jogar futebol, não.
O cara ali foi da base de São Paulo, não canso de falar isso, pô. Que isso?
O outro jogou na base do Corinthians aqui.
Essa porra.
Eles tiveram pior desempenho.
Normal.
Tá bom, não tem problema não. A gente não se importa com futebol.
A gente não é jogador de futebol.
Welcome back, everybody, to SAL. We continue on with our action game number 2, as now we've seen Lost advance on in the lower bracket. INTZ knocked out, unfortunate for them. Though FaZe Clan versus Black Dragons, that is a fight for the ages. And we really have to talk about both of our squads here, Fox. We'll bring out Black Dragons first and chat about them because they have been a big surprise. In a lot of ways, their improvement over the past year has been very noticeable. I think you can liken them to the resurgence of NIP, though on a different level in their own right. And we saw them even be able to qualify for the Invitational, something that is very difficult to do anywhere, really, but specifically out of SAL in the Brazilian region. And here they are now in the lower bracket, but still in the line of competition for a spot in the Salt Lake City Major, Fox.
You know, if they were going up against anybody but FaZe, I would be very confident for Black Dragons because they looked really good at the start of the stage, beating Liquid, beating IMP. They looked very strong. I think that came from the fact of teams not necessarily knowing exactly what they were going to bring to the roster. I think everybody on the roster was doing their job. I mean, Rare's been having a very good season individually. He's a player that hasn't been talked about too much in previous years. And so for now, this team, I'd say, you know, it's comprised of good players. They got good backbones, good supportive players, everything that they could need. But then it started to fall off a little bit towards the middle of the stage when teams started to get an understanding. I mean, losing to Los, especially when you have such a good start to the stage, it's not where you want to find yourself. And then the last play day, I mean, that was a slaughter. They got 7-0'd by FaZe, which is why you have to be scared in a situation like this because, you know, losing 7-0 on a map like Clubhouse, which is very basic, fundamentals. Everyone plays it. Everyone knows how to play it. You never want to take a team that you're worse than to a map like Clubhouse because it's very standard. And still, they got 7-0'd by FaZe. So it's a very difficult situation if you're Black Dragons to find yourself in. You have to make sure that, you know, you're just putting your best foot forward. And I think changing the tempo of what maps you want to go to is your best friend here. You want to be able to keep FaZe on their toes.
Hear me out. Okay, 6D chess. Black Dragons played FaZe at the last day of kickoff. They lost 7-0, like you said, but it's because they didn't want to show any strategies on Clubhouse because they knew that FaZe would lose to Flexo W7M and play them again in the lower bracket. I don't think you're thinking 7 steps ahead. but they are. And FaZe Clan, though, maybe have thought about this. I'm sure they've put in the effort, that's for sure. With all the support staff, with JP in the background there, making sure all the analysis all set up and ready to go. The 2 times we've glazed this team time and time again. They know what's up. They must be, though, furious after that Fluxo W7M loss because it was so close. Right? You flip a coin, and another day with a different, I guess, temperature, maybe the whole thing flips on its head, and it's Loban who's getting ready for the matchup with his team, and FaZe are ready for the weekend. They have the time to prepare. Not the case in this I guess, realm, but this is a team that you can always trust. It's value you can trust, Fox.
You can always trust in FaZe. I mean, the only thing you can't say about them is that they're in the upper bracket right now. It was such a close matchup against Fluxo W7M. I don't think it's indicative to how they're going to perform the rest of the stage. They're so consistent. I mean, losing 8-6, 8-6 in the best of 3, it's just happened. Sometimes rounds don't go in your favor. Fluxo W7M was just able to close out the few. I don't imagine FaZe letting up at any time here. They're going up against Black Dragons. They previously 7-0'd them. FaZe is perfect in almost every regard. So at the end of the day, there's not much you can say to give Black Dragons hope besides, you know, the underdog story. You know, you could believe in them a little bit, I guess.
It's great. You got to believe in it in this case. We're going to go to Chalet first. That is a Black Dragons defense with, of course, FaZe. They picked the map and they're starting on attack. Questions are being raised. Nighthaven Labs, Black Dragons pick with defense. Okay, sure. Attack has figured out Nighthaven more often now, so good for BD. And then we go to Bank over Decider. What do we think about Chalet? Let's narrow it down for a sec.
I mean, I like Chalet. I think it's a good, even playing ground for both teams. I mean, we've seen FaZe play it twice. It's they dominated it during the regular bracket, and they lost it, you know, to Fluxo W7 the other play day. So, you know, there's ups and downs. I mean, FaZe is going to be consistent no matter what. For Black Dragons, at the end of the day, going to an aggressive map and catching FaZe off guard is ideally what you want to go for, but they're a very passive, very slow team, which is why you find them picking Labs, which when you look at the side of FaZe, they're very comfortable in Labs. There's no bad map for FaZe. So at the end of the day, you're getting the best of both worlds. You go on a fast map. I want to see Black Dragons play very quick, very fast paced, find those picks. Regardless of if it works or not, you go to Labs, switch up the tempo, play slow. Slow it down, suffocate FaZe out. If it goes to a map 3, which, you know, big task, you should be happy if you're Black Dragons going to map 3. At the end of the day, it's Bank. It's one of FaZe's best maps. Don't know how that's going to necessarily go for Black Dragons. I don't think there's a world where FaZe look weak on that map, but you have a really good start to see a fast or slow based on Chalet or Labs will work. And if it goes to a map 3, you use the situation, you use the playstyle that works best.
All right, let's bring on our casters then and have a little question with them, Dev and Xenox. I'm going to ask you the multi-million-dollar question at this point. How do you beat FaZe when they're on a rampage?
You don't.
Let them get a 6-1 lead.
That's good. All right,
that's good.
Game is ready. We'll take it over to you because Xenox has seen it firsthand. Closer than anybody else. So you guys have fun. That's map 1 of FaZe for Black Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it firsthand though, James, obviously very recently when they turned things around, and the recency of that matters a lot more than what happened 2 years ago. I think, let's be honest. But it's a big game because I think Black Dragons are actually a good enough team that they could absolutely cause a huge upset today. Right? And that's the beauty of this matchup. All the expectation is with FaZe. The back-to-back SI champions can't be surely going out this early on, and certainly should be making a major, right? Like that's the thing. Black Dragons come into this knowing, okay, they would love to make the major. They're good enough to make the major, and it'll be disappointing if they don't. If they're going to lose, at least lose to FaZe. So, like, they know full well that they come into this as the underdog, and they've got every chance to just cause a huge upset.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, FaZe Clan would probably be expected not just to qualify for the major, but probably to top their group. Of course, they failed to do so. They lost to Team Liquid Alienware, which meant that they ended up second place in their group, in the group stage, which means they didn't get the free bye, which means their first game was against Fluxo W7M, arguably the second best team in Brazil right now. But I think that if FaZe ended up making this lower bracket run happen and qualifying for the major in Salt Lake City, they'll probably be the favorites to take the entire major. And yet they have to fight from the lower bracket from the first round against teams as good as Black Dragons. So yes, it is crazy to think that our two-time world champions and the best team to ever exist in Rainbow Six is here in an elimination match, but it might not be that they'll be here for very long, Jay, because the last time that they played against Black Dragons was not very long ago at all. In fact, it was Black Dragons' last match in the group stage, and FaZe smashed them 7-0. I've got a stat for you, Jake, that I prepared before the game. You ready for it?
Okay, yeah.
The last time Black Dragons beat FaZe in a best-of-3 was 7 years ago.
What? I mean, I would imagine very different teams back then, obviously. It was 7 years ago.
I think it speaks to the caliber and the history of both of these teams, I think.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think that for this one, though, FaZe will probably start off a little cautious in this first half. Just kind of get their feet under them. I see Cyber on the Solid Snake pushing in towards bottom library stairs. Vidiking does technically get the opening kill. KDS had a chance to go for this pinch. Good aggression. Rare just gets caught in the trap as well. Souls was able to get them both. Nicely done from Souls. And a really good start for FaZe. Good teamwork. Trying to get that aggression onto the pinch over towards library stairs.
Ooh,
Miracle,
nice.
Good headshot onto Cyber. Just keeps it alive. Him and Outlaw as the duo for Black Dragons.
Wow. Outlaw's going for a very, very big rotation, trying to come up the solar stairs. It gives FaZe a lot of gaps on the bomb site to go and force that plant down. And the Lion certainly helps with that as well. Plant confirmed. 2v3 retake. The players outside the building. Vidiking on the office balcony outside. Oh no, sorry, he's inside. Everyone seemingly inside. FaZe, actually all their boots in the building as they try and make their way outside. No, they're not going to need to anyway. They can lock it in. Massive round for FaZe. Cleaning house on Chalet, first round in. Lose handy early, no worries at all.
I mean, that's the strength of this FaZe roster, right? They've never been one player reliant. I think Handy's the best player in the world at the moment in terms of his overall output, right? Like, there's probably better individual fraggers and there's maybe better individual support players and, you know, all of these things. But he, in terms of the overall package, I think is the best player. And when you lose someone like Handy's caliber, it's not a big deal to FaZe because they're just absolutely star-studded. And I think that's the real strength of them. And honestly, it's a real showcase to the best teams in the world typically aren't reliant. They're never really relying on one or two individuals, and then it's always that team effort. And also, usually the best teams in the world don't have what you would consider the quintessential hard support where they're just like, oh, I can't shoot anyone, but I'll do all these other things. And that's been the strength of FaZe as well throughout many, many years now, and along with a couple of other top teams. I think for Black Dragons, though, they need to try and actually emulate a little bit of what we saw from the now dear departed INTZ on Chalet defense, where we saw like STK and his aggressiveness and just trying to disrupt. Obviously, you get an early pick on the Handy, but overall ethos, I think, for this first half of Black Dragons needs to follow that. Like swag here over towards bedroom, playing the window. Like, you don't have to go for ridiculous runouts as long as it's controlled aggression. Oh, that's just unlucky for swag. That's an insane shot from Souls.
Man, Souls is looking good. FaZe are so good on Chalet. Oh, Souls is put to rest, though. I'm impressed that Outlaw went for a peek outside the double window. Ballsy. I respect it. I saw FaZe, in fact, I casted FaZe's first game in this league, this stage on Chalet. They completely destroyed Los on this map. They are a very good Chalet team. At the Six Invitational, FaZe beat Black Dragons 7-1 on this map. I like that from Cyber, using the Solid Snake to get a lot of info. Outlaw is pretty keen to continue fighting, though. Him together with Lender. But I mean, they all fall, don't they? They try and retreat further back. It's just Miracle left. He will need a miracle to win the 1v4 against the best team in the world.
and the best team in the world that's playing like it right now in the first 2 rounds. Just so in sync. Everyone's across the map in terms of where they need to be. They know exactly where all the defenders are. They've got everyone lined up in the right positions. It's just a perfect start for FaZe. And Black Dragons, like, you can give up the first 2 rounds, that's fine, but it's now about the response. That's the biggest thing, is you can get kind of punched in the mouth, but you got to punch back. And so now I just need to see that. Again, I'm fortunate for Swag. I don't think he's done anything wrong there. Inherently, it's normal to play big window, bedroom, go for a bit of a peek as they spawn in and push down towards the building. He just gets caught on a ridiculous shot from Souls, but it's also not abnormal to see an attacker shoot through that window. He just gets unlucky with the way the bullet kind of grazes him. But you need to bring that aggression early, because if you kind of play that sit-back game style against FaZe, they're just going to push into the map. They're going to get into the right positions, which is what we saw in that previous round. They'll be in the best position to play the trade game, numbers in the right spots. And so Black Dragons need to try and set their own tone in this first half. Otherwise, it's going to be a beatdown. And now it's all about the response. 2 opening kills, 2 rounds straight. Soul's got plant down in the opening round. Yeah, it's been a bit of a demolition job to begin for FaZe in the first 2 rounds.
5 seconds to go.
That it has. What a treat it is to see FaZe playing around with the new Solid Snake as well. Of course, the meta hasn't changed drastically since 6 Invitational, but the addition of one new operator.
You can't have that.
As I say his name, man, KDS finding Lender at the start of the round. I don't know if Lender was spawn peeking, very common on a Tubarao in ranked, but not advisable in a competitive level. I mean, in Pro League, you need the Tubarao's utility, which will die with him. So that's a huge.
You know what this does, though, James?
You
put yourself in Lender's position when this happens in ranked. He's 0-3. Whether he had to have obviously been doing some kind of peek. He's at a window. He's susceptible. You're probably now sitting here dead thinking, I'm not going to do that again. But that's the wrong mindset, and that's the wrong attitude against a team like FaZe, because then if you just sit back and you play ultra defensive, then that's what they want anyway.
Yeah. No one who knows how to run down a team better than FaZe. And they are the most, funnily enough, methodical team of any of the Brazilian teams. You know, compared it to T-Law or Furia or Flux at W7M, those are far more aggressive and loose. FaZe, technically less aggressive than those teams, but far more terrifying, because they can play that aggressive playstyle if they want to. But so often they have these incredible preconceived ideas, and they're so quick to pounce as soon as they find an advantage. Now, the blitz goes in. Rare, big C4, does find him. However, out of nowhere, FaZe find the picks back anyway.
Yeah, because they're just flooding top floor. They're not putting too much emphasis on the split. You saw Handy with the Volt in, but then even though he's in bathroom and susceptible to that nade, they've got piano control. So you're going to get the pinch anyway. So even though Handy dies, he's drawing attention. He dies, then his teammates get the kills. Now it's a 3v2. Swag low on health. So FaZe have kind of got, it's like setting it all in motion. And even if there's a little diversion in that, well, Handy dies, doesn't matter, because we've still got the pieces to get what we want done. And that's FaZe in a nutshell. And they do so with a lot of time left. Like, they're executing these, it may not be sight, but they're executing core fundamentals in the round at around that minute and a half mark, which gives them enough time to then go and execute sight as well. And you got top floor, kitchen dining. These two are low. This is going to take a mighty effort from Rare and Swag.
If there's anything going for BD, it's the fact that FaZe don't have a lot of drones. So, in fact, I don't believe any of the players who are still live have drones. I think they've got KDS on the Snake. That's a whole lot of information gathering in its own right. And they also just happen to FaZe check. Peak after peak, FaZe Clan simply a cut above, dominating on Chalet, just like they did last time they met BD on Clubhouse, taking no prisoners in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, and look, maybe the spawn peak game's not working for BD. 2 minutes 43, 2 minutes 54. So that's just 2 rounds in a row where they've not been able to get the spawn peak as the defense, and they're giving it up. And so it's just easy for FaZe then to play that trade flood game. We saw it with the bathroom piano pinch. That kind of play isn't as doable if you've lost a player or two early, because then you just don't have the numbers to play the trade game, and then you know creating pressure around first floor, second floor. Yeah, it's definitely early concerns right now for Black Dragons. By no means, though, is it, full-blown alarm bells are ringing. Chalet is, a good attacking map. Like, as most of the maps in Siege are rather defender-sided. I think when I was looking at the statistics the other day, which actually, for SAL, which I have actually up right now, Chalet is 60% defender-sided, James, which when we think about maps like Chalet, you probably don't think of it as like a defensive stalwart of a map where it's like old school cafe or like the basement club or whatever it may be. Nighthaven Labs on defense, for example. But it certainly is really strong defensively. It's still got very many avenues as an attacking team, and you're seeing that from FaZe. You just have to do it the right way, which is what they're doing.
5 seconds to go.
There's no two ways about it.
There's also really like no actual attacker-sided maps in Siege at the moment. I genuinely believe that. Border's maybe like a 50-50 at best.
Yeah, well, if you statistically look at the Six Invitational, which is the best stats we have, Bank is actually the most attacker-sided map. It's still technically defensive-sided by like 0.1%. I think it was, off the top of my head, I think it was 49.9 or 49.7 for Bank, and then, 0.2 less for Border, 0.2 less for Chalet, and then you kind of work your way down from there. But yeah, we have more attacker-sided maps, but we don't actually have any outright attacker-sided maps. We do definitely have maps where it feels like if you go 2-4 on attack, you're probably not doing good enough. But here, I mean, I'm not really worried about the sides for Black Dragons or FaZe. I think this is more a question of, can Black Dragons fight FaZe at all? Not just about what side they're on.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that the biggest thing right now is just the small things. Can you get an opening kill? Can then you fall back and you keep players alive? The fundamentals of Siege. And again, it's another opening death. Handy getting his first kill. Good Candelas from Souls. He kind of gives his life away, but it helped facilitate that first pick. And then on top of that, you've already got Mez and library control. So you're getting a little bit closer to bedroom and office, and you can set up. You can then send bodies out towards the balconies, and it just keeps Black Dragons trapped. They're just stuck in sight now. They can't really push out.
Stun grenade.
Good flash. As the logic bomb comes out, it's going to be hard to flush Lender out of that position in office. Without a grenade, they don't have any, except for one on Vita King. He needs to come over from library to help out. There's a peek from Rare. A lot of damage done, no kill. As KDS continues to just bide his time. No more logic
they know where they
bombs,
all are.
One more E1D, it goes out, and yeah, here comes that nade from Vita King. It will flush Lender out of position, but they don't manage to get, they eventually do confirm that kill. And FaZe are poised to look for a plant now that the breach has been opened with the DMR.
Yeah, Outlaw does get one piano. Double stack piano is helping Black Dragons right now. Outlaw gets the second. So I love that little lockdown for BD. They put two bodies together, making piano difficult to take and just denying space for FaZe. And they're just now trying to play off of these longer angles in towards the site. Yeah, that's a really good round from Black Dragons. The double stack piano works perfectly.
Wow. That is a lot of energy from the BD boys on the cams. We got one round, I think you said. Oh, it's a good start. You got to start from somewhere, of course. You got to get them out of your heads after you get 7-0'd in the regular stage, in the group stage. Just one round is all that matters, just to get yourself back into it. It's been a long time since Black Dragons have played a close game against FaZe, even just in a single map. Because, like I said before, when they met in the group stage in Kickoff, it was a 7-0. When they met at the Six Invitational, it was a 7-1, 7-1. The last time that BD took more than one round off FaZe in a map was way back in October last year, and that was still a 7-4 loss. Now, if you look back, wind back the clock to June last year, BD actually beat FaZe on Clubhouse 7-2. Quite a convincing scoreline, obviously a long time ago. But BD, with some of the players the same back in the day, they know they can do it. They know they can hold a candle to FaZe, but you've got to start one step at a time, put one foot in front of the other. They've just taken the first step here.
A lot of utility denial with this setup. Double catch, throw in the Aruni with the gates as well. And so that's going to expend a lot of these flashes from FaZe, which they've actually brought 8 into this round. And so for BD, it's actually a pretty decent setup. It's literally all about denial of the flashes. Why? Because FaZe like to flash dump, push in. And so you bring the Warden, you bring double catch, you bring the Aruni. Now they can then be susceptible to other means of entry, but to what FaZe have kind of brought this round as well, the Capitao being susceptible to the catch. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're bringing the striker with frags and flashes, and there's enough utility there for FaZe to burn a lot of this utility, but it also means they're not going to have that utility for the actual execute.
Oh. Almost a freebie there. KDS caught off guard for a brief moment. Man, they really love that Dokkaebi, don't they, FaZe? Continue, bring it time and time again. When unbanned because BD wanted to get rid of that solid snake, fair enough, I say. But FaZe themselves have gotten rid of the Ella, which enables a bit more aggression, one less trap off available. Big opening kill though from Ella. I tell you what, he's been pretty good today. Quite confident to take a lot of these fights. On the Warden now, he's peeled back, taking that advantage, taking out the Dokkaebi, no more logic bombs for the rest of the round, and consolidated over near Library.
We don't see teams do office extensions really much these days, but if they do something akin to the old school office extension, it'll be a single player that has a rotate option back towards Library. We saw that there with Outlaw. Even though he's playing the Warden, you still want someone there to be aggressive, find an early pick, fall back, play site. Now it's 5v4 bar games, and you've still got to burn through a lot of these ADSs, the Y magnets, the Aruni gates. There's only a minute left. BD in a really good position now in this 5th round.
Tell you what, that's great usage of the striker right there from FaZe. KDS bringing flashes to clear the ADSs and then a nade to clear the shield and actually destroy the ADSs before they can recharge. Speaking of recharging, that Aruni gate has just been reactivated, which does restrict KDS quite a lot. He can't walk through here unless he decides to burn it, considers it for a brief moment, but that chews up his last nade. Instead, he tries to chuck his nade over onto the staircase. Doesn't matter because Souls has found the kill regardless. 35 seconds, the numbers finally even.
I think we tried to save a little bit of utility just for those purposes. Frag grenade, clear out top Library stairs while we push through. Flash for the site, which is why Handy's still holding it. You still got 2 bolts on the Capitao. 1 smoke, 1 flames, 20 seconds, 4v4, big round.
And a big chance now for Black Dragons to find their second, but with Lender falling, it starts to crumble a little bit. Great pre-fire through the wall from Handy. Finds one. Miracle.
Double stock bar.
Brings out the TCSG. They're going to have to both flood. Souls needs to try and find a plant. They're not going to be able to flood for kills. It's up to KDS to try and cover. His teammate finds the first one and the second as well. The striker lands his shot and strikes true for FaZe. 4-1 up over Black Dragons. Doesn't matter how close it gets. FaZe do not capitulate.
Yeah, and I thought the double stack bar stock as well was going to work out wonders for Black Dragons, and it almost did. Just meant that they were going to be safe. 8 seconds left. They could push out together. They could, obviously, you're not going to double push through the same doorway unless one dies early. I thought they're going to maybe go for a sort of wrap from both sides, but KDS just shot with the shots. He doesn't hit those shots, and that point gets denied. They lose the round. So a huge moment from KDS. He's 7-1, perfect start. And again, that's the beauty of this FaZe roster, is that you could kind of cycle through all 5 players, and they're all capable of being the standout fragger in a given map/series. But Black Dragons kind of banked on that double stack over towards Barstock, and just didn't quite net them the result. It's a disappointing round, I think, for Black Dragons, because they had a lot really go their way. I thought the catch worked wonders. You saw how, there was no utility left for FaZe. They had to burn through so much to deal with the ADSs, to deal with the Wamai discs, to deal with the Sawyer gates. And then the fact that there was not much time left on the clock. They got the opening pick. It was a good stretch from Outlaw at the start of the round. So much goes right, you walk away with a loss. That's got to be difficult for the mental.
It's just the layers to the excellence of FaZe. What are they trying to cook now? They've got the Blitz, the Thinker to support the Blitz, and then the Ying as well. Scary looking round. Scary comp here for FaZe. And again, the striker, I gotta say, I know I mentioned it last round. I've seen a lot of striker in this game, and it's not just been KDS, and it's not just been for the frags and flashes. We also saw it for the claymores earlier today on the dining attack from FaZe as well. I really like the flexibility and operators across the board here.
This is going to be a top floor pinch, I'm pretty certain, from FaZe. The one to watch as well is Swag. Basement on the Vigil. He's got the Boss G. Vidican gets the push on the red. Yeah, and there's that flood in towards that top floor, and that's probably the half ton. Swag can't do anything. So Swag's playing the Vigil roam game, but unfortunately for him, FaZe just opted to go for a Rosh top floor. I mean, what are you meant to do against that?
Especially with Boss G now. Very hard task to try and clutch up here. They know exactly where he is. You can try and slink back to the bomb site, but it's FaZe we're talking about here. They can do a million different things. They have so many different options. They've still got smokes. They've got one more finger boost as well for Handy. He can give himself a bit of extra HP. Bit of vertical. 2 LMGs ringing out. Candelas as well. Man, this is a sore spot to be. If you're Swag, he tries to march through the smoke. Actually gets the down onto Vidiking. Suddenly we wonder if it's doable, but no. Handy with the pistol, no less. Finishes the round for FaZe. A dominant 5-1 half, and I would love to hear that one broken down by our lovely analysts, Ghassan and Davide. What do you guys reckon?
Well, thank you, James. Thank you, Xenox. I wouldn't call myself an analyst in this case, but I would like to discuss things with Fox, because we're watching the game, we're thinking, whoa, there's some clear issues that are happening here on the BD side. FaZe Clan are running away with it, and then you find that one round from Black Dragons, and things start looking a bit more up from that point onwards, despite the 5-1 half for FaZe. What's been going on for BD, and what can they fix going into the second half, Fox?
Well, I mean, the first issue that we noticed that will be a problem on their attack, and I believe that Jake said it as well, is opening kills. I mean, Black Dragons has no chance of coming back into this game if they don't get the opening kills. They're close to giving a 6-1 lead. But that being said, if we dive deeper, the biggest issue is there's false roam pressure. Black Dragons is extending, but they're giving it up way too early, falling back down to site and giving FaZe so much time to set up around the site that it's like shooting fish in a barrel. They have so much time to force Black Dragons to make a play, and Black Dragons has to swing. They have to go for fights, and they're losing them. The only round that they won was because they actually got fortunate enough to win the shots, specifically Mergatlaw. I believe that's how you say his name. Mr. Outlaw. That was the only round that they won, is Mr. Outlaw, is him getting those gunfights and winning them. Now you're flipping the sides. You're not having to deal with false pressure. You're applying that pressure. FaZe is going to fight for it. They're not just going to give up library control. They're not giving up games control. They're going to fight for it. And this is where Black Dragons needs to fix that issue of getting those opening kills. They need to bring shields, something to push through that first barrier, because right now they're losing the gunfights. They can't do it just with their guns alone. They need to bring the utility, maybe a Capital to push people out of the mezzanine, maybe a Monty to push players from FaZe back to force them into their own barrel, where Black Dragons can focus on getting those first picks. The difficulty, though, Cyber is going to be on that roam more than likely, and he's the one player that Black Dragons could target as well. But if they don't, could just be a FaZe game the whole way through. So we'll have to see.
We'll have to see. Maybe that end was not too far away from here. It has to come down to the game itself as our bans are up. Please, Xenox Marta, take it away.
Are they going to have any more luck in the second half, Jake?
I mean, it's a difficult one when you're 5-1 down against the reigning back-to-back champions to kind of say, yeah, they could do this, they could do that. The reality is, if FaZe are on their game, there's probably not much you can do. I think there's probably a couple of rounds that BD would have been disappointed they couldn't close out in the first half. They kind of started to get back into it a little bit. Obviously, Fox was kind of talking about the opening kills, so they got the last 2 opening kills. Outlaw actually started both rounds off really nicely in the 5th and the 6th round, and they didn't convert. You know, those are the rounds you've got to convert. When you've got those advantages, they desperately needed to win that 5th round bar games. I thought they should have won that one. And if they had have at least won that 2-4 half, gone to the attack of Chalet, maybe not impossible, but 5-1 down. FaZe on defense. Chalet 60% defensive win rate in SAL this stage of kickoff. Everything's pointing to a FaZe map 1 win. The good news for Black Dragons is Night Haven Labs is their map pick, but I mean, we know FaZe have conquered demons on that map now, and they're more than strong on Night Haven Labs.
Yeah. Yes, they are. And look, Black Dragons, attacking now in this second half. They're going up against that mirror because they decided to go purely for trap bans in Ella and Thorn, which means it becomes a lot of problem solving. I'm seeing one DMR on the lineup to deal with the Azami, which, I don't know, I don't think is ideal. It just puts a lot of pressure on Lender to be the main person in position to deal with the Azami's keeper barriers. I don't see any obvious counter to the mirrors other than maybe some Selmas, which you also want to be using as your primary hard breach. So again, I think that Miracle's utility is overloaded here. So yeah, it's just a lot of problem solving to work through for BD. And while you're doing all that problem solving, you're going to get swung by some of the best fraggers in the game on the FaZe side on top of everything at the same time. So it's going to be a rough half for them. But you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, I just like to say in these kind of moments, it's about just building momentum in the series. You might lose the map, but if you can just at least, can you get 3 or 4 rounds in this half and a bit of feel-good factor, start to feel like you can beat them, and that maybe you just kind of gave them a bit of a head start here on Chalet, and it's a little foregone. Impossible to suggest they can bring this back. Black Dragons are a very good team. They're a very good roster. Just FaZe are always one step ahead. Into Library for Rare and Outlaw. Double push in together, but they haven't done enough to clear out this mezzanine position. Now they have. KDS goes down. They find the angle. Still have another one over towards Library Stairs. That's handy up close on the Azami. Losing out, though, to Rare. Miracle has gone down, but they finally clear out Handy. It's FaZe, though, that have got the extra number, and Soul's wanting to push back up, retake top Library, and see if he can catch someone over towards the mezzanine. And that's Rare. Shield up, though, avoids the most of the damage. Swag, headshot, evened up now 3v3. Technically, actually won, as KDS is still down. It's a 1v3. Black Dragons, this is the best way to start the half.
Yeah, Souls knows exactly how to bring it back. Oh, my God. Last bullet in the magazine. One-hit headshot onto the Blackbeard. It's now a 1v1. Swag has the advantage. He is the solid snake. This is an off angle, though, for Souls.
I love this angle.
He's got such a good weapon in the close range with the Vector. Such a high fire rate, so much damage output, and he gets the shot. Unbelievable clutch from Souls.
That is devastating, James. That is heartbreaking for Black Dragons. They fought so hard over towards Library.
Call it right there.
I mean, at that point, wave the white flag here on Chalet, 6-1 down. That is a huge round from Souls. I don't know what else to say. Again, I think a really good way to encapsulate this map is Black Dragons have done some decent things. They've done some good things. And against, honestly, any other opponent, this is not 6-1. But you're playing FaZe. And so you have to be inch perfect every single round. And that's a difficult thing to do when they're on. There are some days where FaZe are a little off. And I think that can be maybe more, normal in SAL. Usually at the international events, FaZe are like the upper bracket specialists. They very rarely miss a beat, but in SAL, they can have an off day here or there, but they're just on today.
I'm still processing how you fumble that. That's so rough for BD. I mean, it's not like they played that the worst ever. It's just that Souls is him. Dude, that was insane. Like, winning the first fight, that's fair enough. Like, unlucky, Lender died on his cut on the window. Then dying to the Blackbeard, like, the Blackbeard dying 1 bullet. It had to be a headshot. His entire body was covered. Man, if you're the Blackbeard there, you're kicking yourself. You didn't really do anything wrong, but you're still kicking yourself. And now Rare has gone down again. That was the Blackbeard player from last round. He's the only hard breacher available for BD in this round, and he's already gone. FaZe, 5 match points, and I don't think they're going to need much more than this one.
No, I agree with you, James. They're on here on Chalet. They're on a heater, and it's just going to be a case of Nighthaven Labs now awaits, and we see whether or not Black Dragons can turn things around on the second map of this series. Even if BD were able to win this round, they're certainly not winning 5 straight. Not the way that FaZe are playing right now. And they've brought the Dockerby, the Snake, and the Deimos, and none of them can really get map control, get entry. Yeah, this is an absolute beatdown. It's going to be 7-1. I do want to say on reflection, this is going to go in the books as a 7-1. I don't think this is like 7-1 beatdown territory when you kind of look at a lot of the rounds, how they were played out. BD had some good moments. I don't think they deserve to lose this 7-1. Maybe closer to a 7-3, but it's flawless, and it is 7-1. That's the reality we live in. FaZe, far too good, far too dominant on Chalet as they go 1-up in the series.
Poor Cyber looks bored. Give him a challenge. Come on, give us a little bit more than that. Nighthaven Labs up next. Handy looks excited. KDS cracks a smile. It's 1-0 up. 7-1 for FaZe. BD look to reply on map 2 in just a few moments, so don't go anywhere.
And it's official. The Kingdom Hearts of FPS games is real. Okay, that's obviously a joke, but unless you've been hiding in a cave for the past few months, you already know that the main character from the Metal Gear franchise is now on a mission inside Rainbow Six. The legend himself, Solid Snake. So let's break it down and see what this iconic creation of Hideo Kojima can actually do in the world of Siege. Snake is a brand new attacking operator introduced in Operation Silent Hunt, and his stats, he's got 1 health and 3 speed. His loadout is just as spicy, the beautiful F2 as his primary weapon and the exclusive Tacit .45 as his secondary, which by the way is basically the same suppressed pistol he uses in his own games. Now, when it comes to secondary gadgets, you've got options, a lot of options. Frag grenades, stuns, impacts, smokes, and even breach charges. But the real highlight here is his signature gadget, the Soliton Raider MK3. This thing doesn't just reveal defender positions, it also shows which direction they are facing. But don't get too excited. Charges are limited, and enemies will know when you activate it. So yeah, timing is everything. And that's not all. Snake can also pick up secondary gadgets from eliminated defenders, giving him even more adaptability as the round goes on. Now, to me, everything sounds pretty solid. Maybe a little too solid, if I'm being honest. But what do the pros think about this new and very famous operator?
Mano, o Solid Snake é um operador muito versátil, assim. Eu acho que dá pra usar de 2 formas diferentes, uma forma agressiva, que é ativando o celular, vendo onde o inimigo tá entrando no mapa, ou uma forma mais defensiva, para os zagueiros de plantão aí, né? Pode usar ele para ver o celularzinho tirar a cara e ficar cagado só passando intel.
Pô, o Snake é um operador muito da hora. Fazia tempo que não lançava um boneco tão diferente assim, com uma ideia tão diferente.
Acho que é um boneco sofisticado, porque tipo assim, o problema pra mim é quando você olha, rastreia, o cara sabe que você tá vindo. Pô, ao mesmo tempo você vai tirar um V1, é isso, é como se fosse o Daemon, só que piorado. Para uns caras 4-1, acho que é bom, boneco.
Perfect, efficient, adaptable, and with an easy-to-use gadget. Nothing to complain about. Editor, go ahead and stamp it. Approved. But what about you guys? Do you like the new operator? Do you think he's gonna be meta? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'm out for now. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you next time.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to SAL. Back in my day, things were different. That's what they would say. But for FaZe, nothing is different. Control from start to finish, 7-0-1 here on Black Dragons. On Chalet, we were expecting maybe some changes. We were seeing some shifts. We were raising some valid questions throughout all of it. And look what we got at the end. FaZe looking a bit bored. Even Cyber, that, like Sedox was saying, maybe he needs to take a nap at the end of it or just chill for a sec, just because they're not feeling the challenge. But that's just map 1. We got to recap it. Biggest failings there, biggest successes on the FaZe side, Fox.
I mean, even when FaZe won invite, they still were very nonchalant. So I don't know if this series is bringing them the excitement that they want. That being said, I mean, they played very consistent, and I think Casters hit the nail on the head towards the end. It did seem like Black Dragons was trying to play a little bit better. I think FaZe is just miles above understanding the game, where they understand where the gunfights are going to come from. I think that defensive half from Black Dragons was just so detrimental for the rest of the series. Obviously, I mean, they went down 5-1. They just were extending, using a lot of resources to hold library side, to hold an extended part of the map, and then giving it away way too easily, so that Black Dragons then have to bunker up. They have a minute 30 on the clock, and they have no utility really left to be able to stop FaZe. And FaZe knew that. They didn't have to go for plants. They didn't have to go for executes. They could just sit, everybody hold an angle, and that's where they would clean up. And you can see it. I mean, everybody on FaZe, they were just doing their job. It was another day in the office for them. They held their angles, they got their picks, and it was as simple as that. It really was. Black Dragons tried their best, even in the rounds where they could get the opening kill, which was only 2. They still did not have that much utility left in the tank later in the rounds, information later in the rounds. They were just using so much util to extend, but not fighting for it. And that was the biggest downfall for them.
I mean, you talk about utility, I talk about futility in a game like this. Black Dragons tried to give it their best. FaZe victorious, Cyber 10-5. Very good for FaZe. Honestly, this is one of the most difficult ways to, like, the difficult types of matches to discuss, because you're like, well, it was clearly a landslide one way. You can only talk about it so many times without regurgitating what the casters are also talking about during the match itself. So I think it's best, not just for us, but for Black Dragons and their sake, to throw that first map out the window, because you might as well imagine that it just does not exist. You have to look into the future. If we gaze into the future and see what's going on there, then you have to focus on map number 2 in the series. And it's to see, should that actually impact this matchup? Will it go to a map 3 or not? That has to go to Nighthaven Labs. If I'm not mistaken, Black Dragons are starting on the attack on there.
Yeah, not looking good. Not looking good to start out on attack. But we talked about it. Chalet, a lot more aggressive of a map. Labs, now they're going to play slow. This is Black Dragons' bread and butter. They're a team similar to FaZe in a way. They got, 3 to 4 supportive players. They're a very slow team. The trade aspect wasn't there on Chalet because it's a very fast-paced map. They tried to do it on a map like Labs. You can do it on defense. I think defense will definitely suit them a lot better. But the thing is, with attack, it's very difficult. You're very spread out. You have to take a lot of positions. And right now in the 1v1 game, it's not working. I think Black Dragons' best opportunity is going to bring a shield. Again, a Monty. We want to see them push FaZe back, be able to shove them into corners to be able to take position, and then focus on the team play, focus on the trades. I think if Black Dragons goes into it and gets maybe 2 rounds on attack, that's their best bet going into the defensive side, and then they can play a lot slower, play that defensive style of siege, the trades. You can be boxed up like a fish on Labs and find a lot of success because there's so many natural areas that FaZe is going to have to waste utility on clearing, that once they get to the site, it'll be an even playing field. Time will be a lot better. But that's defense. That's if they make it there. First things first, they need to make sure that they're using some type of utility. I think the Ying, the Monty, to push FaZe back and not lose anybody in the process. That's the first step I want to see from BD.
All right, let's bring in our casters then. Dev, Xenox, let's bring you back into this one and get warmed up for Nighthaven Labs. That is definitely going to be a tough fight for Black Dragons, regardless of how you cut it. But I'm trying to look at the bright side of life, as the song usually goes, James. And I know the music is already ticking in your head because that's how your brain works. And I know you well enough, my friend. Looking at Nighthaven, this start, Black Dragons, how do you erase that map 1 for your memory and just start anew into Nighthaven?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm not sure if you can.
You don't hate it. You don't hate that.
Yeah.
I can see it on your face. You don't hate to be the bearer of bad news.
You're not a bear, you're a human.
I can't deal with this Canadian American humor for you right now, Fox. I did not get enough sleep last night to process the joke that you have just made. We just watched a 7-1. All right, man, like my brain can't keep up with this. But to answer your question, Ghassan, look, Black Dragons are really going to have to lock the hell in, because It's not going to get easier. It's really not. Especially, I think, that moment where they fumbled against Souls and enabled the 1v3, 1v4, whatever that monstrosity was. It's moments like that that are just going to really hurt and going to be very hard to erase from your memory.
Yeah, Xenox, I like how you pulled back in your chair. You're chilling at this point. You remind me of Cyber during the entire game. The man was just like that the whole match.
I find that whenever I'm around Fox, I'm just chilling. You know, it's that aura that he has. I think that the one thing for FaZe is they can't go into Nighthaven Labs chilling though. Like they can't just think, well, this is going to be a foregone conclusion, and that we've kind of got the better of them, because if they do that, Black Dragons are good enough that they can then string together a few rounds, get that momentum. At the end of the day, Black Dragons are fighting for their life here in Kickoff. They want to make the major as well. They'd love nothing more than to knock out FaZe. So they'll come back with a vengeance, I think, on Nighthaven Labs, but it's going to be very difficult to see. I think the easy thing is to predict that FaZe should get the job done, and then if anything else happens, we'll ride that wave and see what happens together. I think be surprised together.
There was a point mentioned here that even during the SI final, FaZe did not look too phased, no matter how they were pushed, how much pressure. Well, not the first one that they lost. Not the first one that they lost.
Sweated
but
since Sao
Brazil.
Paulo 2024. I think that they came back from the brink. They lost everything that they thought they had, and they were like, "All right, it can't get any worse than that." And since then, they've won 2 championships.
Actually, gentlemen, you know how the FaZe logo has these 5 stars on top of it. I wonder how it's gonna look like when FaZe end up winning everything, and they're gonna have to make more space for the stars. Do they go more horizontal or just start stacking them vertically? That's a question I'll also leave up to chat. Maybe they have some ideas. So
it'll look pretty cool when they have 6 or 7 stars.
Shut up.
Get out.
Anyway,
Get out.
James Xenox, enjoy.
Oh my. I looked back at the stats just because I'm full of fun facts today, Jake. FaZe and Black Dragons never played each other on Nighthaven Labs before. This is the first time.
There you go.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
And they've played each other for about a million times in history, these two teams.
Did you say million times?
About 1 million. Oh. Yeah. Get this. Between these two teams, in all-time history, FaZe has won 251 rounds to Black Dragons 189. None of those to be played on Nighthaven Labs until today. It's a historic moment that we're a part of, Jake.
That's pretty historic. I mean, I don't think Black Dragons really care that much. They just want to win, but they start on the attack here in the first half. And I mean, there's every world in which this is going to be like a 5-1 half to FaZe. I wouldn't put it past them on the defense. They're very, very strong Nighthaven Labs, and they played incredibly well on Chalet, 7-1 result. I still don't want to give up on Black Dragons because I think that they're a really good team, so I have that respect for them. If they were playing against any other team, even in the SAL region, I think they'd have a chance. FaZe is just that clinical. And FaZe, like they really switch on when the games matter. Like that's when they're at their best. Yeah, I put them in a best of 1 group stage or whatever, and they might drop one here or there and can be a little susceptible to some misplays or miss moments or just an off day. But in a series, especially a do-or-die elimination series, they just don't lose them. And for them to win 7-1, it wasn't even a grind. It suggests coming into Nighthaven Labs, this is going to be a difficult ask for Black Dragons. The bands, Kaid with the Bandit and Grim Monty banned away from BD.
Of course, for FaZe, the stakes are very high here. For both teams, very high. But the expectations on FaZe are definitely much more steep than they are for Black Dragons. This is the elimination game here in the lower bracket of SAL Kickoff. And after winning this game, you're going to have to win 2 more matches. Or sorry, 1 more match to qualify for the Salt Lake City Major. And, I mean, it's not going to be easy because you're talking about coming up against some very tough opponents. It's either going to be Liquid or NIP, I believe. Might be Furia or Fluxo. Either way, very tough opponent after this one.
Well, any of the 4, really.
If they are to make it through.
Oh, nice drop down from Miracle. this is not too bad right now for Black Dragons. I mean, yeah, Miracle's low, but they've got a lot of flash utilities still left. You got the Blackbeard up, and then Swag finds a kill from the exterior onto Handy, who's playing the smoke roll. So suddenly, FaZe do look a little susceptible. This is a great start for Black Dragons, especially being command server. It's arguably, in my mind, one of the best defensive sites in all of Siege across all maps. It's a very difficult site to break down. And now that you got that extra player advantage, you can play the flood game if the time starts to dwindle to the last 20 seconds of the round. You could just flood in, play the trade game.
Yeah, but they don't want to expose themselves to any 1v1s. Got to use that Blackbeard. Don't necessarily focus up on a plan, but focus up on using the advantage that you get from the BB, and the nades will certainly help with that. Wow, shotgun kill from KDS, and Souls as well to join the fray. A second one for Souls. The Blackbeard is gone, and Black Dragons are looking very, very sore at the end of it. It was a 4v3. They had a chance to grasp the round, but they won't even find a single kill before FaZe close it. Yeah, there's no chance. Swag, give it a go, but it's not happening. He gets a ninja, but no kill, and FaZe Clan just cruise through the first round pretty handily.
Yeah, look, James, sorry, I'm not a Pengu, right? I don't have the expertise, but we typically in the modern era of Nighthaven Labs don't see the blue push all that often these days, and for good reason. It's a pretty long hallway choke point. You have the footholes opened up, so it's a bit of a trap. Now, if you do have the shield, it is probably more possible to push in through there. But you'd only want to do that if you've got maybe a pinch pressure from rafters, and they didn't have that. They had a player over towards Con that could swing in from electrical. That was about it. So I just think Black Dragons kind of threw that opportunity away, opting for the blue push, thinking that maybe they could catch FaZe off guard, but that's just never going to work. They're in sight. Sight's on top floor, very close. The two rooms together, you've got the foothold angles that you can watch. You still had the Azami. You still had the Pulse as well for Info M plus Nitrocell. Just think that they tried to overthink it a little bit too much and opted for maybe the worst entry point that you could take.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think if you want the safest place to plant, it's probably by going for an execute through the con wall and planting pillar. But if you're worried about C4s, if you're worried about pulse shoddy, if you're worried about being verted from below, then maybe don't go for a plant. You need to find a way to flood site, use the Blackbeard to your advantage. And yeah, the fact that they went from a 4v3 to a 0v3, that's the real red flag for me in that round. I like here that FaZe on the second defense aren't going down to the basement. Keep being a bit unpredictable. Go to control room next instead. It's a very unwieldy bomb site. FaZe are really good at these late round, both teams have been bloodied. Maybe it's a 3v3, 2v3 type situations. That's where they're really good. And this bomb site lends itself perfectly to rounds like that.
What's interesting is, for basement site, we're going to see the clash, which is really strong.
Sorry, it's sort of. I don't know why I'm crazy. I thought it was control. Sorry.
It's early morning, James. You get the pass.
really didn't get. I did not get enough sleep last night. I'm so sorry.
But the clash on basement isn't something you see all that often. You can see it when you're wanting to deny that kind of rush. So you do see it every now and then. I just don't know if it's like as strong on basement as compared to, say, top floor as a good example, or even control storage, because you typically deny the vert from above anyway. So of the three sites that we typically see, Clash's effectiveness basement maybe isn't quite as high as the other two, but it can be really good with the modern changes that it got in terms of its movement around. So you can kind of play it like this that we're seeing from Vidaking right now over towards vending, kind of deny some of these entry positions, and then late round it's really strong, being able to put that shield down, SMG. Well, that's a really good frag grenade. That just kept on rolling. Vidaking takes no damage though. But he's going to be one to watch in this round because it is still a high skill ceiling play, Clash basement on labs. You have so much room to move around and have impact. You just can't be in a position though where you have no impact and everyone else dies around you.
Oh, great shot from Handy. He's got the perfect vertical position as well. Soul's taking out Lender. No more Ram, no more Twitch. Man, they really need to make good use of this. Blackbeard, never mind. They're not going to do that at all because Andy still above has the verticality onto that position at vending. Know exactly where the Clash is. Clash can just continue feeding information to Handy to peek these vertical holes. Not a lot here for Black Dragons to do, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, and that's what Vidiking's done well this round. Get info, push up. He's back down in Exo now because of the vert. Got pushed away from the stairs. But yeah, they're just starting to surround Miracle, who does actually get the kill onto Handy. But they just can't push through Vidiking anyway. So even, there's 8 seconds. The round's done. It's 2-0 start for FaZe. And while Vidiking wasn't the sole reason why they win this round, he did have a large influence on that clash. It denied the ability to push down bending stairs. He falls back, plays Exo. They can't play the vert. They can't clear him. They can't flush him out. The frag grenade didn't really do anything. And so then what that does is it stalls them out on that, first and even second floor. And that's when FaZe just go and pick up a couple of free kills. Rez had enough. He's just exited the game. Still 5 more rounds to go at the very least. Rare, so get back in.
Don't blame the poor guy. Man, I really love the way that FaZe play. And look, I talked a little bit about the striker on Chalet. Talk about the sentry here. Any operator that Handy could have picked to go for his roam, what did he go for? He went for the sentry. He's got an operator with a decent primary. I mean, the commando is not everyone's favorite, but it's pretty good. It's reasonably high damage for a defender weapon. He's got a shotgun secondary, so he can make vert for himself. He's got impacts and a nitro cell. So if he gets hunted, he has the most explosives he could possibly ask for to try and 1v1 a shield, or to go for a vert with his C4 or his impacts. I really like that. The choice there from him to go for that operator out of so many different possible roamers. Instead of going, okay, I'm going to pick a Goyo, set up util on side, I'm entirely picking selfish util, but he's opting for a sentry over something like a vigil, over something like a Solus. I guess the Solus was taken. So many different options for him. Over a Valkyrie even. And I really like that choice there. Didn't even need to use most of his explosives in the end. I think he used 1 impact grenade. But had he been hunted, he would have had plenty in his arsenal.
I'm not expecting Black Dragons to get a lot in this first half because FaZe are on defense labs. Just need to try and find a way to be competitive in the rounds.
Jake, are you expecting them to find much in the second half either?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely. Yeah, to answer that honestly, I think Black Dragons, even against FaZe, should be able to win defensive rounds on labs, especially on the top floor, right? So, just got to try and keep it close. The first round was very winnable. You said it best. It went from a 4v3 to a 0v3. They had that chance to steal that top floor, get the momentum early on. Second round was just a shambles because of the way that FaZe really played it, and that's the issue is when you get the opportunity, you've got to take it. And I think on Chalet, that's a good case point, that map. It's a 7-1, but there was many rounds in there that were winnable for Black Dragons. That could have and maybe should have been like a 7-3 loss at the very least. And the fact that it ended up being 7-1 clearly, to me, indicates that they just didn't take the opportunities when they were presented. And quite literally, you get to the first round on the second map, and the same thing happens again. It's another round that you had an opportunity presented to you, and you couldn't take it. And that's, for me, the alarming part of the series that's now already followed into this, is that they're losing the rounds where FaZe are playing their best, goes without saying, but they're also losing the rounds when they've had opportunities. So that's putting them into this now beatdown territory where FaZe are obviously 7-1 and on the first map and 2-0 on the second.
Yeah, and look, FaZe beat Fluxo W7M on this map just in their upper bracket game not long ago. On the flip side of that, Black Dragons, they haven't played this, or haven't won this, I should say, since the Six Invitational. And to their credit, they did get an overtime win against G2 and a regulation win, quite a dominant regulation win against D+ Kia. It's not terrible results for Black Dragons, but of course BD made a roster change post-SI, whereas FaZe still have their 2-time championship winning roster. I just think, in terms of recency bias, I would favor FaZe on this map. In terms of starting sides, I favor FaZe in the first half. And in terms of the caliber of teams that these both of these teams have played, their caliber of their opposition on Nighthaven Labs, that also favor FaZe. I mean, Fluxo W7M, big scalp to take here on Nighthaven. So while, look, I agree, BD need to not sweat too much if they lose a few attack rounds. They do still need to gun for 2 or 3 I mean, I think a 1-5 here is probably not going to be enough. Not just because it's hard to come back from a 5-1, but just the mental aspect of it. Obviously, this team has clearly been very much aware that they're going up against a team that shellacked them the last time they versed. But it's nice to see that there are still a few smiles on the face cams. Hopefully that stays, even if FaZe start to run away with this lead.
I mean, the beauty of this game over the years, James, and we've been privy to quite a lot of these moments where we say that it's going to be one-sided and have every right in saying that, and then it just at some point something changes and it becomes competitive. And so you always hold out hope that that's going to be the case. If you were to put a statistics on it, I mean, 77% of statistics are made up, but I'd say 90% of the time, in this case, FaZe win, right? And there's that little 5 to 10% chance that you get one of the historical moments where Black Dragons pull off something incredible. Now, there hasn't been enough in the series so far to suggest that's going to happen, but it can happen at any moment. You know, you could be 3-0 down and then suddenly they just flick the switch, they win 3 straight attacking rounds and off we go and something crazy happens. So they've just got to hold the belief they've had the tactic. It would be, but and insane moments have happened over the many years of this game, but it has to happen now because they've had the tactical timeout. They're going to bring a Glaz Blitz combo play, and there you go. 2 attacking kills to straight up. Cyber does respond at least with the Nitro. Miracle then goes down. So 5v3 to 3v3 in the blink of an eye.
Like the way that Sol's using that Azami to get aggressive. An off-angle impact does not land, and he gets swung by Lender. Taken down. Not likely to be safely revived here, unless if FaZe can find the pick on Swag and go for a cover. I think Lender's going to try and finish him off with the taser. Or the laser, I should say. He's going to try and go for a res here. The Twitch drone is going to see him. Tries to get as much damage on as he can, but won't get quite enough. You need 20 damage, only 5 per shot. In comes the shotgun in close range. Big from Cyber. Swag put down. Now Rare forced to try and find a quick plant as Lender moves into cover. Cyber's going to have full information on this with a cardiac sensor, and while the plant will go down, a 3v2 retake is very much doable here with Cyber finding the first kill with the Reaper. It's Lender up against the world.
Yeah, I mean, getting the plant down, great job for BD, but unfortunately then you're in a post-plant situation where Lender can't really help out. Rare, they know exactly where he's going to be. Cyber can find him with the heartbeat sensor, and then it's just an easy kill, certainly from above as well. And now it's just a 3v1. They'll push together, double stack cargo. Souls is low, he's got to be careful. Cyber then from behind. Good pinch with Souls between Cyber and Souls. Handy then was going for the kit. So they had all bases covered. They had the pinch, then they got Handy on the kit. FaZe win the round. And it goes back to what I was saying before, James. It's another missed opportunity for Black Dragons. They were 5v3 up in that round. So they've led in the first round, and they've led in the third round, and they're 0-3 down. They've had chances.
I just think it's incredible how FaZe, even in the minutiae of moments, they are just so damn consistent. They do not make mistakes. On that retake, that could have gone wrong so easily. That was very clutchable for the Twitch. But they played it just to perfection. And that's just classic FaZe for you. You're right. So many little moments that turn an advantage for Black Dragons back into FaZe's favor. Now, interesting operator choice banned out here with the Thermite. Don't often see that. Obviously, all the other hard breaches are still in. We've got Tinkan opens, we've got Ace, Hibana, and Maverick, but the Thermite is what opens up a massive breach. With the Thermite banned, a couple of things. Firstly, you can fight the breaches a lot more because you have fewer angles to worry about. It's a smaller hole, even with Aces, Selmas. Secondly, you can retake breaches very aggressively with the Azami because if you keep those keepers in pocket, you can plug up an Ace breach, a Hibana breach, or even a secondary hard breach very easily with a keeper barrier and then look to make plays on the back of it. And FaZe are really good at that. We saw that attempted by Souls last round to try and find that blitz, but it was on a doorway. Now they can do that on every breach they want, even IT here. Or they could try and trick the Selmas with this mirror window, which might actually be what they're planning on doing.
And it's also applicable to the 3 sites. You think about breach, basement, you think about IT on both the tertiary and the main floor. It's a decent ban. I like the Clash ban as well. I mean, We only saw it in the one round, but it had influence, it had impact. It's very strong on top floor, very strong on the tertiary. Bit of damage onto Cyber. I mean, this is the one site I have little to no expectation for Black Dragons, but they were competitive in the opening round. 4v3 advantage at one point. FaZe are just kind of rolling very nicely, though, today. They're not doing a lot wrong. They're not presenting mistakes to Black Dragons for them to capitalize upon. The rounds that Black Dragons have been competitive in is just when they're stepping up their game. But what are you meant to do against that? Cyber with a wonderful swing from IT onto Miracle. He was poking and prodding, sat around a little too long. That is just clinical. And it's those plays and those shot streams that we've seen way more from FaZe than we have from Black Dragons.
Yeah. And notice how he takes out the DMR player and then immediately puts down a Kiba barrier. As soon as Cyber gets that kill, Sol says, well, you're telling me that my Kibas are now a lot safer? Of course, there is another DMR on Outlaw, but, I mean, it's just so smart from FaZe. BD now try and switch up the attack. Look to try and take from Con across. But yeah, these keeper barriers are really slowing them down. Swag finding a big kill onto Vidiking. This is a nice little angle. Top of the reinforcement opened up. FaZe got to be ultra cautious about where they expose themselves on the bomb site.
Yeah, and if they don't expose themselves, those kind of angles then diminish. They have the diminishing returns. Even though you get a pick from it, like this is not going to change much in the last 30 seconds because eventually you're going to have to push into site. I mean, Swag's the one who has the diffuser in hand. They lose Lender, so they don't have Candelas. In fact, they have zero utility except for the 2 smoke bolts from Outlaw. That's their only utility to execute into the hardest side on the map.
Oh, he knows. Katie has got all the information he could possibly want. He's got the shotgun for the close-range fight. There is no universe where he loses this, but he doesn't even need to take the fight because Handy can come in with his last gas babe. Now no more util for FaZe. It's just about gun up in the last 25 seconds.
I guess both ways, doesn't it? And now they got the extra player, so FaZe can play the trade game. They'll hold the angles. Not much Black Dragons are going to do here.
Not at all. Swag 1v4. Good luck, son. Tries to bait out a swing. Just look at the discipline from FaZe. Ice cold as always for the 2-time world champs. Just look at their faces. It's another day in the office. Barely broken a sweat.
Yeah, they look bored.
4 rounds in a row. And Black Dragon's getting no closer to getting an attack on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a devastating half. Again, they've had opportunities in the first and the third round, and that's been about it. But if they had taken those opportunities, and if it was a 2-2 scoreline, we'd be sitting here singing their praises and saying, well, 2 opportunities to go, top floor locked away, maybe this is on. But the reality is, 4-0. Like, technically, even if Black Dragons win the next 2 rounds, James, that's still probably not enough to really solidify themselves a strong position in the map. FaZe are going to be clinical on the attack. As much as this is defender-sided, they're going to be stealing rounds on the attacking side. We look at Nighthaven Labs so far, SAL for Kickoff. It's been played 5 times up to this point, so a decent sample size. It's sitting at 62.5% defensive win rate, which is about pretty much, I would say, par for its overall statistics as a map since coming into the game.
Yeah, in theory, I mean, Black Dragons could win the next 2 rounds, and then they just need a 4-2 split on their defense to push overtime, at which point they would probably be on defense in overtime, but, man, it's a stretch. And one thing's for sure is if you go any worse than the next 2 rounds, then you can
gotta win the next 2.
Goodbye your chances of making Salt Lake City here. And you look at how the track record's been these last 4 rounds. Jake, Black Dragons have only got 1 or 2 kills in each of the rounds we've played so far. That is a grim state of affairs.
Yeah, Handy has the entire team's kills matched himself, 6. And that's just Handy. That's not, it's, you know, it's grim. It's really grim. So I think they're just going to try and send it. Solid Snake in through rafters. They got Rare as well. Outlaw. Good opening kill. That's much better. I mean, this is a big power play right now from Black Dragons to just try and overwhelm them on the top floor. It is basement site. It is completely vacated by the defense, and yet Black Dragon said, you know what, screw it, we're just going to play into the roam game. Lovely entry on the Snake.
Oh,
and then they catch Handy as well. And this is much better from Black Dragons. And now, again, 5v3, but they've been in this position before, James, and still lost the rounds.
Yeah. Big round from Outlaw, though, and I think the Snake was the perfect ingredient for it as well. But Swagger's low HP, and we've seen Rare give away too many chances when he's on this Blackbeard. He should be the instrumental operator, but FaZe keep finding him. Big 3K for Outlaw. He's finally on the scoreboard, and he's found a triple. Now FaZe need to really fire up. Vidaking and KDS together. Vidaking finally puts Outlaw down. Rare needs to get active. Here's the Blackbeard. He can be instrumental. Vidaking was covered for a brief moment. He managed to get away. A lot of damage done. Very low HP as KDS and Vidaking together, exposed but fall back towards the bomb side. Now it's Black Dragon's chance to try and flood and match them with this energy, but 3 players are already low.
Yeah, I mean, so is KDS, but as you mentioned, the low health for Black Dragons is concerning. Valenda and Rare, they just lost another one as well. This is 40 seconds, 2v3 now, very winnable for FaZe. Like, Black Dragons are still going to have to be very perfect as they head towards the side. That's a lovely double from both of them, and it's only Miracle. It can't surely happen again. It was a 5v2.
That it was, and Miracle has been tucked in the box for a long time. God, what a shot. Needs to land another one like that, but KDS on 1 HP. It doesn't bloody matter if your name is FaZe. Finally, they crack a smile, they get tested, and yet they come out on top again.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Genuinely speechless. It's basically just me repeating what I said before, James, which is they've had opportunities in both maps. And in every single opportunity, every opportunistic moment, Black Dragons have either fumbled it, or you could say FaZe have clutched up. It's one or the other, and maybe a combination of both, let's be real. Like, it's not a case of Black Dragons making monumental errors or mistakes. It's FaZe clutching up. It's FaZe winning the big moments. It's FaZe not giving up on a round. So there's 2 ways you can kind of look at it, and I prefer to go down that route because they're the back-to-back SI champions. They're that good. And if you're Black Dragons, you're sitting back while saying, if we were playing anyone else, we've probably won an extra 4 or 5 rounds across the 2 maps. But you're playing FaZe, and you have to be clinical and flawless every single round, every single second.
And so we look back at the most recent match results from these 2 teams, right? So right now, 5-0 in favor of FaZe. The time before that, 7-1 on Chalet. The time before that, 7-0 on Clubhouse. The 2 times before that, both at Six Invitational, both 7-1. Black Dragons, man. They just cannot keep pace with FaZe.
It has to be mental.
There's something about this team.
Yeah. I think it's mentally about the opposition. It's not mechanically. And mechanically, they've had really good moments in this series. And even strategically, they've had good moments. Just something mentally, they just cannot find a way to deal with their demon, who just have FaZe have their number. And yeah, that's something that can be worked on, but not from putting hours into, you know, into the server. It's probably hours put outside of the server.
Man, Outlaw had such a good previous round, but it looks like this is where they finally falter. They finally roll over. They're throwing everything that they've got at FaZe with the Ying, the Blackbeard,
they're running
the Lion,
it down.
the Dockerby, but there's nothing to be done. Bit of damage on the 3 players from FaZe, and yet they still have the confidence to swing. It won't be flawless, but Souls has found a triple kill. Rare is now the last one standing. The Blackbeard again. He has failed to get it done for BD over and over again. And while he's got that diffuser and he's close to the bomb site, there's no chance, no hope in hell that he could land it.
I mean, FaZe are just putting on an absolute show right now. But if you're Black Dragons, you have to really sit back and wonder, how are we ever going to beat these guys if we just mentally crumble every single time?
Big question. I know a perfect person to call in to try and answer that. It's my good friends, Milosh and Fox.
Wow, thank you very much, Dev Marta. Yes, indeed. We're on the call here to try to figure out how the hell Black Dragons get back into the 6-0 for FaZe Clan. There have been some clear rounds that have been mind-boggling, as to quote, "It doesn't bloody matter," Fox.
Oh, my mic was muted. I was saying that I don't think there's a world where they come back from it. Even in this round, in round 5, where it was a 2v4, and KDS has 1 HP, they somehow are just letting Vita King walk through the whole site. Miracle's hiding in a corner, and that unfortunately gets all of his teammates killed. It just looks like Black Dragons are scared for their lives. I don't think there's a world where they come back from this. Yes, they're on defense. Yes, it's Nighthaven Labs. Absolutely, it's possible. We've seen the impossible happen. But that being said, it really comes down to the mentality of it. It just looks like Black Dragons have already accepted defeat. It doesn't seem like they're really playing together or trusting in their systems at all. And it looks like each individual player is also just scared. I think that round 5 really pictures that, or gives you the picture of that, because Miracle is supposed to be watching for the push. He's hiding. Everybody else is alone. There's 1v1s, no trades happening, no communication happening. FaZe are just a mile above these guys because they're shutting down the information. They're constantly repositioning themselves so that you never know where they're going to be. And they are just amazing players individually. They're possible to beat. There's a lot of these rounds where you can see an opening, but fundamentally, it just looks like Black Dragons have already lost it mentally, and that's the biggest downfall. So I don't imagine there's a way that they come back. I mean, defense Nighthaven Labs, that's, I guess, the one possibility. A 1% chance where they can bring it back is because it is a very small map, and they could just win based off of the map aspects.
A fear of the dark, in this case, a fear of FaZe Clan. Devmarta Xenox, all yours.
Look, Jake, I know you're the king of comebacks on Nighthaven Labs, but 6-0 against FaZe?
No, not happening. Not happening. Yeah,
do they find even a single round?
I would say command server is a fair chance. There's a fair chance, but mentally, I wouldn't be surprised if they just already boomed. Right? I don't. I'd love to be in their position, or even just ask them right now live. What are you guys even thinking? Like you're on the second map, you're 6-0 down. You're not going to go to the major. You're going to get knocked out here of kickoff. Do they still hold hope? Is there a semblance of hope, even if minor? Is it just sort of one round at a time mentality? Like, I'd just love to be a fly on the wall in the Black Dragon camp and figure out just sort of what they're thinking about, because this must be an awful position to be in when you know you're essentially done. And you're kind of just playing it out now. Do you throw caution to the wind? I mean, but it's command server. How much can you really do to dictate things? They'll be disappointed that, again, they've just completely gotten destroyed in terms of the map score lines, as you were referencing before. 7-1 on Chalet, 6-0 here on Nighthaven Labs. As positive as I've tried to be, the reality is that they've just not taken their opportunities when presented, and there certainly has been opportunities, but FaZe have just been able to be so clinical and so good and rise above to a really high level in this series that Black Dragons haven't had a chance.
Yeah, well, unless if Black Dragons win the next 2 rounds in a row, then that'll be the last 5 maps these teams have played each other, either being 7-0 or 7-1 for FaZe, which is an insane head-to-head result. Like we've said, like you were talking about last round, it's not just that FaZe are better than Black Dragons, that we know. But there's something about the specific matchup between these two teams that FaZe Clan have really become the bogeyman for Black Dragons. The team that they just cannot get past that mental block for.
That's the thing. I think it is just mental. I genuinely believe that. It's a pretty common thing in sports, esports alike, that there are just some matchups, some teams v teams, players v players, where it is actually more mental than anything. I'd love for Black Dragons to kind of go away from kickoff heading into stage 1 and just work on that. There's nothing wrong with the way that they've played strategy-wise, and certainly mechanics haven't been an issue either. Just a lot of rounds where they've lost 5v3s, 4v3s, not able to close rounds out when they've had advantages late round. And I think just against this team in particular, it's just like a nightmare matchup. They're not going to go down without a fight, which is good. In fact, they get the second. Again, not even Labs defense, especially command servers, very, very strong.
Still, I never want to count out FaZe Clan, even in a 3v5. We've seen too many rounds from a disadvantage be clawed back.
You can't be losing these.
Oh, you certainly can't afford to. But Souls brings it back. Rare struggled on the Blackbeard. Now he's struggling against it.
But why is he even there? Like, that's
the
a
way open.
weird spot.
It's a great question, and one that sadly we're probably not going to get an answer for. Rare just taking an unnecessary risk. In your 5v3s, you need to be just consolidating. You don't need to go for plays. We've got 2 C4s. We've just lost 1 C4 from Rare going down. Give FaZe an inch and they'll take a mile here.
I wonder if the plan will be electrical con side, play off the Blackbeard, kind of do what Black Dragons should have done in the first half. If you recall when they went for the blue push, and they probably should have gone this way instead. They do still have a frag grenade, smokes
Close
as
left.
well from both Vidiking and KDS.
Oh,
Souls always is going to check. He doesn't have anyone here though. There is one electrical, which he just goes his own gunner. Vidiking did fall 2v3, 15 seconds.
This is actually so winnable, but no, maybe that kill will make it not so. It's possible for Souls to open up an entrance into the site. KDS finds one, but Lender replies, and we finally get a round on the board for Black Dragons. It's time to fire up and make sure that they make this a second and a third. It's a long road back to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, look, command server is a very difficult egg to crack when you're a 5v3, even for FaZe. But this is when now this opens up. Look, comebacks happen. FaZe know this more than anyone, especially on this map. And if you're Black Dragons, it's now a case of, can you win basement? Can you win the tertiary? At that point, you get to go back to top floor. And before you know it, blink, and it's from 6-0 to 6-4. And then you can start to build that belief. And at that point, if you get to 6-4, it's like, well, why can't we do this again? We just did it. Now, easier said than done, and it's just kind of painting the path, the potential pathway. So these next 2 rounds, and that's kind of like framing from a mental side of things, the aspect of what's at hand. You don't look at this as a 6-1 scoreline. You look at it from sight and round by round perspective. There's an old man who used to say he didn't look at the scoreboard. I think his name was Digital many, many years ago. The scoreboard was irrelevant, and every round was like 0-0. And that's the thinking that Black Dragons need to be mindset-wise in right now. Focus on this round, then the next one. Guess what? Back to the safe haven of top floor. Comebacks happen all the time in Siege.
They do, they do. It would be a hell of a long break for Black Dragons after today if they get eliminated here. It's a long time between now and stage 1. You sit back and eliminated from the rest of Kickoff. Get on your scrims. Don't make it to Salt Lake City. No chance to fight in the major again. And it'd be a long time between drinks of playing in official tournaments. Not at all what you want if you're a professional player. FaZe Clan have so many second chances, as they just look to put some pressure on these roamers. Swag and Lender tempted to peel back, but I think Swag is still holding on.
Kind of look at the way they're playing this right now. Is Outlaw in the off-meta position of meeting top floor, whereas like Vending, Cargo, pretty normal positions. Miracle's just going to play basement, and then Swag around that sort of kitchen area as well. So Outlaw and Swag are going to be the two that need to be the most careful, but also the most active here on the defense for Black Dragons. Swag has now rotated. He's gone vending. Outlaw's given up top floor. There's only minute 20 left. Oh, that's a lovely entry from KDS. Like, that is not as easy as he's made it look. Well, we're done. Back-to-back 7-1s.
Mate, it's something about BO3s between these teams. It was back-to-back 7-1s at SI, and maybe it looks to repeat itself here. KDS, and let's follow this guy on the Solid Snake. He's very close to getting the ability to detect Swag in the cafeteria hallway. And he wants to make his way down the stairs. Miracle on the bomb site is somewhat exposed on the other side of a soft wall. And Cyber and Souls together are very close. As soon as Handy rounds this corner, Miracle will be exposed. Surely he wants to make the entry happen. DMR at the ready. Sees the first one. Bit of damage on the Miracle by accident. Finishes him off. Swag has been taken down. Triple in the round for KDS. 5 versus 1. Lender, the newest addition of BD, he's got a hell of a task ahead of him. That's the first. 4 more to find. Plant down. And Vidaking talking in the chat. 1v4 for Lender. Let's see how many kills you can get. It's already been called by Vidaking. FaZe stride past Black Dragons, eliminating them from kickoff. And they start this lower bracket run to the major.
I don't even know if it was intentional BM with the FF, which is kind of short for forfeit, and then obviously F and G on the keyboard next to each other, so maybe he did actually mean GG, which is what he said in the chat as well. 7-1, 7-1. As much as we want to try and frame this, as much as I've tried to frame this as BD having opportunities and having okay moments and just maybe the mental scars and the mental demons of playing this FaZe roster who, again, just made 0 mistakes. I think that's the biggest takeaway for me is when you play that many rounds of Siege, and how often did we really see FaZe make mistakes or make errors or not take certain opportunities? Pretty much either never, like, let's be honest. So they were pretty much on from the get-go. They're now 1 series away from the major, James, and that's all that's important. It means that one of the teams that's still in that upper bracket is going to lose that first best of 3, drop and play FaZe, and has a difficult task ahead of them. So there is one team up there that's like, we're 1 best of 3 away from the major. They're going to lose, and then they're going to have to play FaZe. It's difficult.
Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, it's not every day you get to see back-to-back 7-1s and a BO3, but the only real surprise today is that FaZe is even in the lower bracket to begin with. And of course, we've got our analyst segment. Let's please break that down, if there is anything left to break down.
You know, maybe I should be breaking down after that. Well, it seems like Black Dragons definitely were FaZe Clan victorious. No two ways around it. Let's try not to regurgitate all of the same points that we've been on about the entire night, Fox. FaZe are the best team in the world for a very good reason. I think they've proven that again. They looked very bored, just like they were playing with their food the entire game. Black Dragons gave it their all, and by no means are they a bad team. But at the same time, it just shows you the level of quality of difference that we have in a matchup like this. That's just how it goes. Forgive my French, my analysis in this point. I don't want to take too much away from your points, Fox, but to me, sometimes, even for an old man like myself that doesn't know anything about anything, some things are very clear.
Yeah, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, and just goes to show that there really is levels to it. I mean, you don't win back-to-back invites with having off days, really. I mean, even in FaZe's loss to Flex with W7M, literally 2 rounds could have completely changed the tides for FaZe being the winners in that matchup and us seeing Flex with W7M down here. So at the end of the day, it just goes to show how much of a positive win it was for Flux or W7M, how good FaZe is, how much of a level difference there really is compared to being able to win invite, let alone participate in your own professional leagues in the SAL or whatever region it must be. So for FaZe, at the end of the day, didn't look like they have taken the foot off the gas. It really did look like they were playing with a chip on their shoulder. If this was the type of FaZe that we saw against Flux or W7M, I'm sure they would have won a lot more convincingly too. FaZe just looked very good, very confident, and you can see the levels of it because we don't get games like this often where one of the best teams in the world is able to just show out. Each individual player can have highlight after highlight. When you watch international tournaments, you'll see it's, most of the time, one kill gets traded immediately. Two top teams, kill, trade, kill, trade. Today, we saw a lot of big individual performances. I mean, Sol had a huge clutch on Chalet. He continued that run of terror, dominating into Nighthaven Labs. So it's great, and it's entertaining to see, despite it being a 7-1, big players from FaZe be able to have those huge standout rounds, be able to go on killing sprees. So, not to harp on, I'm trying to think of things that we haven't already said. But that being said, I mean, Black Dragons as a whole, it was an all right season. They started out pretty hot. There's a lot to take away going into stage 1. As for FaZe, the run continues. I don't see them letting up. I can't imagine them not making Salt Lake City. So hopefully they don't have any more hiccups and continue this run of having, a chip on their shoulder, like I've said. And hopefully we'll see them.
Hopefully for them, hopefully for all the fans, mostly probably from North America, that'll be attending the event, looking forward probably to seeing FaZe in action. For those that were not able to witness them in Boston at the Invitational, because that was a great showing in its own way. FaZe looking so good through it. They're just so good, man. It's just you watch FaZe play and you're like, this is why I watch this game. This is why I love watching Professional Siege, because they're just the epitome of the best of the best. Anyways, let's have a chat with JP and see if he can explain anything more to us. Hello, JP. Good to see you once again. It seemed like the entire team was a bit bored today. Maybe they needed a bit more action to get them started. But I want to talk to you about a bit of the action that happened on the last playday on Sunday, your game against Fluxo W7M. Talk to me about what happened there, because it was so close between you two. Great match, but I'm sure that you guys were not super happy with the result.
Yeah, we have a good start on labs, their pick. Things were the way we planned, but the second map on Consulate, things start like to be harder than the usual, but not because it was hard. We weren't playing the situations the way we used to play on scrims, and the game started to get out of our control at some point. And on Chalet was basically the same thing as Consulate. At the end of the game, we talked like we can't let this happen again. Like we have to play 100% the way we play on scrims on game day. I don't know what happened that day with us. Even our mood was weird, to be honest. But yeah, today was a different mindset before the game started, and was basically it.
Yeah, I mean, it sure looked like a different mindset. And my question is mostly about the mindset. I mean, we see plenty of teams, they'll win an event, they come back home, they get complacent, they don't take it as seriously because they won. You guys never really had that. You guys have always been so consistent. But that being said, that loss to Fluxo W7M, is it good sometimes to lose, to just have a little bit of a wake-up call, a little bit of a refreshing moment of, oh, okay, well, we don't want to lose again, because it looked like you guys came today, like you said, with a different mindset, a little angry, like you wanted to make a statement.
Yeah, at some point, losing games, it's better to you that you just won. Like the G2 game that we lost on SI during the group stage wasn't a good example too, because we get pissed as fuck to lose that game. Bunch of people thought like we were playing border because we are trolling the game, but was our first test of the map, and losing that the way it was, like throwing clutches to them, was one of the lessons we took to bring the hammer back home again. And I think like last game against Fluxo was like one of these examples too. Like we slept a little bit in that game, and was a game that showed us we can do it again. Even it's like a kickoff and a regional tournament. We have like great teams here. If you sleep a little bit, they're gonna fuck up you. So yeah.
Yeah, like honestly, you take me back to that G2 match you had in SI. It's a very good point that you raise. You should have beaten them 17 times over in that match, but hey, that's just, it doesn't matter at this point, right? You won the whole thing, you celebrated, you took it all. That's at the end of the day, that loss might have been the catalyst that took you to the final and got you to win in the way that you did. Nobody knows. We can't really predict it, because at the end of the day, it was FaZe that was victorious. So now my question is to you. I don't know exactly how the bracket is functioning. I would assume that you no longer can face Fluxo W7M until the very end. So I'm expecting you would either play Liquid or Ninjas Pajamas. Who do you think you're going to play against in the lower bracket?
I mean, we're going to be prepared, no matter the team. But today, I think Liquid is a better team than NIP. So I think we're going to play NIP on Sunday.
All right. Very much looking forward to it then. JP, thank you again. Congratulations on a massive, massive win today against Black Dragon. 7-1, 7-1. We'll get to see you this weekend then as you continue your run in your lower bracket. Until then, take care, my friend. Bye-bye.
See you guys.
And there it is, JP wrapping things up. This is our match summary. It was a quick one. Honestly, I was expecting to stay up until 5, 6 a.m. It's 2:45. I think we're calling it a quick and easy night with these two matches. I expected a bit more, maybe, but at the end of the day, we got what we got, and FaZe are victorious. Los are victorious, as well as they defeated INTZ. Both INTZ and Black Dragons are out of the running for the Salt Lake City Major. They'll be watching from home and trying to down as many sugar-filled cookies and sugar drinks that are not coffee as if they are in Utah, Fox.
Is that a thing? I didn't know that about Utah. They don't do sugar.
Yeah. No, sugar they do.
Oh,
That's the thing.
No energy
no caffeine. No caffeine.
Okay. Well, sugar and spice and everything nice. Cyber as the MVP for the matchup today. I mean, when is he
He's
not?
He's the Mojo Jojo of the game.
Yeah, I guess. He is just always showing up. And I think it's great to see him participate in games like these where he is just dominating, because we've seen FaZe's transition throughout the years of them trying to incorporate Cyber in different roles, adjusting him. People know what Cyber's going to be doing. They know he's on the alert. They know he's getting these kills. And at events, we'll see FaZe transition him to different areas. But when you get to watch him in his element, FaZe dominate.
They do indeed. As you see, 4 teams will be qualified to the Salt Lake City Major, but that is not until the end of this week. By Sunday night, we'll know all 4 teams. Of course, 3 teams, 2 in the grand final in the upper bracket, and the winner of the lower bracket final. They advance into phase 2 of the major, whereas the team that loses in the lower bracket, yes, they qualify, but they will be playing from phase 1, which is a lot more complicated if you ask me, and I think they know it themselves. FaZe are definitely looking to take the win all the way to the end and get themselves ahead at the Salt Lake City Major. At the top, it's looking pretty hot. No two ways around it. Team Liquid, Alien Noir, NIP, Furyard, Fluxo, W7M. I'm telling you that next playday on Saturday is going to be a lot of fun. Fox, is this your last day here?
Yeah, it sure is, because in a couple of days I have to go do NA, and I believe I will be flying to Denmark to do it in studio with everybody.
Very much looking forward to the action there. So it'll be your first time in that studio, right?
Yeah, first time in that studio. First time in Denmark, I believe. So that'll be exciting. I've never been there. Don't know what they got out there, though.
Great pastry. Tell you that.
Pastries.
Danish pastry. Okay. Don't show this to my local French immigration office, but the Danes do pastry better than the French, which is a very high bar to clear already. So there's something for you to enjoy. Maybe in the meantime, you can bring some gifts over to the team in Denmark. Maybe some recommendations on what they can do in Utah come the Salt Lake City Major. So, Fox, thank you very much, not just for tonight, but for previous play day and for spending time here together talking about some of the best teams out there and seeing their runs so far. Wish you the best in NAL as you prepare for your travels. And many kisses to your beautiful cat, because very, very pretty. It's always part of the pre-show as we set ourselves up for today. Anything you'd like to say? Anything expectations ahead of the weekend? I'd like to hear, who do you think is actually going to qualify from SAL to Salt Lake City?
I was going to try to find where my cat is, but I think she's outside. I think from the SAL, if I had to predict, and if this is how the bracket goes, Liquid beats NIP. So NIP would play FaZe. FaZe obviously wins. Furia versus Fluxo. Fluxo wins. Furia plays Los. Furia wins. So I'd imagine it would be Liquid, Furia, Fluxo, FaZe qualifying. That is my opinion. Of course, it's going to be probably the lightest take, because those are currently the 4 best teams in the SAL. But that being said, it's exciting when they go up against each other. So
very much looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Fox. Again, wish you all the best with the NAL broadcast in the studio. We'll be done with SAL kickoff this weekend. So I'm telling you, the next few days between EML, between APL, between CNL that's going on, SAL, and NAL, it's going to be so much that's going on to just wrap things up and kick off and see all the teams that are qualifying to the major. Till then, wish you a wonderful night. We'll see you on Saturday and Sunday for the last 2 days of SAL. Take care. We love you. Good night.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. 'Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up.